Siri_bot said, Siri_bot is here. D7061 said, hi. Pepperskunk39 said, hi. Coco4CocoPix said, wah. The gold recluse said, hello. Astrid Thirdly said, hi. Cyberdragon34 said, Hemlo Snooter.
Right, and here we are. Sorry about the wait, everyone. We are good to go. It seems that my multi-stream plugin is actually working today. I was expecting to have to spend a lot of time before stream working on getting that fixed, but alas, it's working today. I guess it just randomly decides to work some days and not others. Fantastic. Alright, let me check a couple things real quick.
Feraligator2425 said, beans.
For sure, for sure. I want to make sure that my pressure sensitivity is working real quick, and my entire tablet stopped working. Alright, off to a great start. Let me see here. Let me try replugging it in.
Coco4CocoPix said, beans.
Okay. Open up my Huion tablet driver.
Feraligator2425 said, also I was gonna make sure to at least come in because I was watching a guy play Maatopia for the first time.
For sure, for sure. Not a very good stencil. Interesting. Alright, let me mess with this a little. So someone suggested the other day that... What the heck is it? It's my desktop folder. It should be here. Refresh, I guess. But someone suggested the other day that I put a circular stencil on top of my tablet and draw the circle. And if the circle isn't a perfect circle, then there could be something wrong with the surface area that I'm picking up.
Coco4CocoPix just redeemed Forgotten WIP for 10 points.
This doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Not sure. The problem is I don't really have any good circular stencils I could use for this. Not the most important thing in the world. I get this done today, so just
The Gold
curious.
Recluse said, if I end up imputing any gibberish it's more than likely because my phone is in my pocket or I'm cleaning the screen.
Well, sorry to hear about that. This will be a good one. Also, I believe Feraligator needs to be added to the list. And we need more to the Forgotten Whip. Alright, so Forgotten Whip gets +10, and Feraligator gets slot number 5. I should probably open just the first one, which is Gold Recluse. Let me make a new layer to test this out real quick, because I've been curious about this for a while. Oops. It's so hard to hold.
Thank you for the follow, Blizzius
still.
Bean.
Thank you, Blizzius Bean. Welcome to the stream. As you can see, we are doing art requests today. I'm just messing with something real quick. Wow, so it is in fact not one-to-one. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to mess with that in the future. But I'm not spending time on that
Astrid
today.
thoroughly said, time?
For sure, for sure. So I believe since this is a subscriber, let me set the timer to 10 minutes. We are getting started quickly today, so
Kamajot said, greetings everyone, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, Kamajots. Let me go ahead and add you to the list.
Snooter said, welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. So if you are looking to get work started on your very own free art request, be sure to read the rules, and then comment your request into the chat.
Alright. Yeah, as you can see, we are starting with my subscribers, and we're working on Foxy Fox today. Well, sorry, we're working on Foxy from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Feraligator2425 said, is there a new person in the followers?
Yes, I believe so. I think Hamajots followed me while I was off stream. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yes.
Coco4CocoPix said, hello. Welcome to the Snooter request stream. Keep in mind when requesting that there is a queue system and your request may or may not get done. However, there are perks behind staying regardless, as there are point redeems for extra time, and the more you stick around, the more your request technically gets done. Just make sure to follow the main request rules, which are in the description. Also join the Discord if you have a specific ref you want to send.
Thank you, Coco. I am really liking this ambiance today. I'm gonna give you an extra minute, Gold Recluse, because we took a minute to get started.
Kamajot said, it'll take a while before I send my request as I actually just got off work.
No worries, Kaimajots. I can just keep scooching you down the line if necessary. And it's gonna be a while before we get to your turn anyway. I am really bad at ellipses.
Feraligator2425 said, there's no rush to get a request.
Indeed, indeed. Feel free to hang out with us. Today I am playing some ambient healing sounds, I guess, because I was getting a little sick of the music I usually play. Trying to find other things.
The Gold Recluse said, huzzah. Coco4CocoPix said, nomming on some salted roasted peanuts RN. Feraligator2425 said, oh shoot, I think you were gonna add me to the list, but after this piece is done.
I was, and I did. It's just something I have to get used to. I changed the way the text works, so instead of doing a screen grab of the text file, it now accesses what the file is stored as, so it doesn't update unless I press save. So I'm used to it just updating as I type it. But I actually have to remember to press save afterwards, or what I typed doesn't get updated in the list. It's gonna take some getting used to. These are like weirdly tough shapes for me to do today. Maybe I'm just out of practice. It's been a long week. I'm glad to be back and getting back to work though. I have a new piece I finished 2 nights ago that I need to get scheduled, and I think I'm behind schedule to the point that I can only release 1 a week, which is frustrating. I am desperately trying to get back to the point where I have enough finished pieces in my buffer that I can release 2 a week and have a decent upload schedule.
At Coco 4 Cocopics, that's so me.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Coco 4 Cocopics said, wait, Twitch made it so ads appear on the side and can be individually muted?
Wait, what? That's news to me. I've never seen that. Just weird, because I don't watch Twitch with ad blockers on. I try to keep them off so that the people I watch get supported, you know?
I just got an ad that popped up on the side of the stream and was muted by default, but I could still hear the stream.
Strange, very strange. Maybe Twitch is experimenting with some new types of ads, perhaps banner ads. Remember when we used to have banner ads and that was like enough? Like, you could make a living off your website with like nothing but unobtrusive banner ads?
Cyberdragon34 said, Hol hey it.
Welcome in, Cyberdragon. Would you like a request today? Unless we already have a request for you that we haven't started yet.
Ilyurituk24 said, hi.
Hey, yeah, like, I seriously didn't use ad blockers until they stopped doing banner ads and moved on to, like, real commercials and interruptions and stuff. So it's just like... people just ruined a good thing, you know? We had a good thing with the banner ads, and it got ruined. I'm not feeling it from this tooth. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not. Nope. Nopers.
Coco 4 Cocopics said, Zyber was here earlier snoots. LOL.
I know. I already added them.
Cyberdragon34 said, I've been lurking and talking to Misa about my PNG.
Oh my gosh, how's the Misa Mushkin doing?
Snooter said, so Cyberdragon34. Stream Elements said, heya. You should heckin' check out Cyberdragon34, where they do VR chat it. Ilyurituk24 said, sorry I am late. Coco 4 Cocopics said, at Ilyurituk24 not really.
Yeah, you got the 6th place slot, and the way I'm doing the slots nowadays, that's actually a pretty good one. Keep in mind, everyone, raffles are still available today. We're still trying to make the raffle work.
Coco 4 Cocopics just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Iluriduk 24 just redeemed 5 minutes bonus time for 1500 points. BTW, is this supposed to be on? I keep forgetting if they're normal now. Cyberdragon 34 said, it's been going good. I can't wait for her to finish it. The Gold Recluse just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points.
Okay, we got 1 minute bonus time from the Gold Recluse, so let me go ahead and add that instantly right now. And then I'll go back and check the rest of the redeems and add them as soon as I'm done and can take a look at them. Since I'm not starting the stream so late today, hopefully we'll actually have people at the end for the raffle. That is totally wrong. I don't know why I'm struggling with these shapes so badly today.
Lady Q said, hello.
Hello, Lady Goo. Welcome back, welcome back. Let me add you to the list.
Cyberdragon 34 said, I love it so far.
Heck yeah, that's good to hear, that's good to hear. If you have a work in progress, is there any way you could have Misa maybe post the work in progress in the Discord and then we can show it live on stream? If you'd be interested in that. Why am I having such a hard time with cylinders and cones? They're just cylinders and cones.
Lady Q said, I had to block the artist for scamming me out of a commission.
Oh no! What artist?
Feraligator 2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. The Gold Recluse said, fun stuff, hey?
Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, I really need to work on my fundamentals. Honestly, I think I'm just out of practice because the only thing I've drawn this week is that one drawing I was working on. And even then, I was just rendering it. I wasn't actually drawing it, per se.
Cyberdragon 34 said, she said that she's gonna do the shading and the animations. Feraligator 2425 said, at Lady QAO. Scam you as in they accepted the art, but full ghosting / blocking you? Iluriduk 24 said, I added +5 to my request time BTW.
Indeed. So, we are out of time on the Gold Recluse. I'm gonna run an ad real quick, and while that's going, I'm gonna try to update everyone's redeems. Okay. Stupid mouse is working really strangely today.
Lady Q said, at Feraligator 2425 no, he said my main OC was too complicated and keep asking me to change it.
Alligator and Coco.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, okay, I guess that one ad I got on the side was a new banner and or something. Deft Confident Tech Katog 6 said, best viwares on streamboo.com, remove the space, at kxmate. Snooter said, welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. So if you are looking to get work started on your very own free art request, be sure to read the rules, and then comment your request into the chat.
I can't my own messages, so I can't get the TTS to stop reading it, and I can't get the TTS to stop reading the one from the spam bot. That's very frustrating. Because normally I can get TTS to stop reading something by just clicking delete message, but I can't delete my messages and I can't delete the spam one because it's instantly banned.
He name is Delta Ground. Feraligator2425 said, at Lady Q they should have admitted that before starting the art if it was too much detail for a animation.
Yeah, Zyber Dragon, that's really cool that Misa's gonna do the shading and the animations on it. Animations can be tricky. I definitely want to send Misa the video that I use for my blink cycles. That like explains, I think it's like 3 up, 2 down or something. Or 3 down, 2 up. But yeah, there's like a specific frame pattern you're supposed to use for blinking, and it works really well, and I want to send her that video. My mouse is acting really weird today. I don't know what's up with that. Because I can't
Feraligator2425 said, I'm dumb AAA.
Lol. I can't use the stylus for everything because the stylus can only do one of my monitors. So if I have to go to the other monitor, I have to use the mouse. Alright, so I think we got done with the teeth, which took way longer than it should have, but oh well. Hopefully I get more warmed up tonight and things get better. Then, who's next on the list? We're done with the subscriber section today. So we're starting with D7061.
AAA? Loudly crying face.
Well, that's funny. Yeah, it doesn't seem to understand. It doesn't seem to comprehend screams of frustration.
The Gold Recluse said, Foxy still be nice and freaky.
Let's start the timer, of course. There we go.
Coco4CocoPix said, at Lady Q I never seen your OC before Q, so the artist was probably justified by saying it was too complex. Artists have complete freedom on what they decide to draw. And unless you sent them the money before giving your OC and they didn't refund you, I don't think it was a scam.
Yeah, I think that's what Feraligator was pointing out, is that if a OC is too complicated for the artist to draw, they need to say that and explain that before they accept the money. That should be something that's decided like in the discussion phase before an agreement, an exchange is reached.
Feraligator2425 said, oh I almost forgot, but yesterday I got cheese puffs with a dill flavor.
Oh, that sounds so nice. I think that sounds like I think cheese puffs with a dill flavor sounds like a great idea.
Iluriduck24 said, I still have 4 minutes instead of 9 minutes. At Coco 4 Cocopics, I mean it's only a true scam if they ghosted or blocked them.
Duke, really? It should say 4 plus 5. Yeah, I have it written down as 4 plus 5.
Lady Q said, at Coco 4 Cocopics I sent the money and he never sent it back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is why communication with the customer, like early on, is just so important, you know? You need to get everyone's expectations together on everything from turnaround time to price to complications and whatnot. I think it's just it kind of just sounds like they were having an existential crisis. Like, they didn't think it was too complicated, but just a second, everyone. I have to mute real quick.
Cyberdragon34 said, she said that she was going to work on it during your stream. And he wanted to do him. Coco 4 Cocopics said, I see. Feraligator2425 said, it's definitely a good flavor idea if you are not a pickle person. Coco 4 Cocopics just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Coco 4 Cocopics said, if I want something dill flavored, I usually pick the dill flavored sunflower seeds. Lady Q said, I'll DM him to you at Coco 4 Cocopics. No need. D7061 said, Snooter, do you think she's got too many eyelashes?
Well, that's up to you. I can reduce the amount for sure. Let's see what the original had. 1, 2, 3, 4. How much did I give her? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On this side, we can't quite see the whole thing, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I can reduce those for sure. Let me find what layer they're on. Of course, I put them on the under sketch. That's not the right layer. Oh well, so yeah, apparently in 4 hours I have to switch a car battery, so that's just swell. As if I'm not busy today.
The Gold Recluse said, I love dill pickles.
Yeah. There's like, I can't remember what the different names of the pickles are. I think it's kosher pickles are the ones I don't like. But like every which one, I'll have some pickle, and like I love pickles. I love them. They're spicy, they're sweet, they're crunchy. And then I'll have a pickle and it'll be the most unpleasant, bitter thing in all of existence. And I'm like, what the heck, guys? Why'd you take a pickle and ruin it? 1, 2, 3.
Lady Q said, I meant my OC at Coco 4 Cocopics. Coco 4 Cocopics said, ick, you meant your OCQ. Irk, they're a frost demon? That's all I can remember from when you requested them before. Lady Q said, at Coco 4 Cocopics ah. And honestly, frost demons aren't that complex. Lock the Epic 7 said, I'm here.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it was a whole mecha, you know? Again, it's the artist's responsibility to discuss this from the beginning and not take on projects that they can't handle.
Snooter said, "Welcome to the stream."
So, Lock the Epic, I think we might have an ongoing request for you. I know for a fact I remember you. Lock the Epic. Control S. And let me catch up with chat real quick. I was paused this whole time. I swear to Fluff I pressed the resume button. I don't know why it's not going. I'm gonna run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in a couple seconds because these ads like don't seem to last at all.
We do art requests here every Friday. So if you are looking to get work started on your very own free art request, be sure to read the rules, and then comment your request into the chat.
So...
Feraligator2425 said, "I think the only pickle I had a slight liking to is the bread and butter ones." D7061 said, "Hey, if I were to tell you to do a Hashbin Hotel O drawing with characters from horror games and other stuff, would you do it?" Coco4CocoPix said, "At D7061 as long as it's 2 characters at a time."
Okay, so give me a second, D7. I just want to make sure that we still have Lock the Epics art request in here, because Sally the Cozy Glow sounds about right. Like something I've worked on before, if I can find it. Cyber Dragon, we actually started on yours. You're not actually new, so that means I need to actually give you a slot.
Max is 2 characters per request. Unless you're subbed. Lock the Epic 7 said, "Yep, Sally to Cozy Glow TF."
Yeah, it sounds really familiar. Did we start on it, or was that just your request that you placed on DeviantArt? King Trophy. Lock the Epic Sally into Cozy Glow. Here it is. Found it. Okay. I knew it sounded familiar. Yeah, and we're working on it here. Oh wow, I'm tempted to add a couple, like, fingers sticking out of this, like, slowly transforming. I've also been doing this thing lately where I have, like, asymmetric transformation. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Okay, so we have you on the list, and we found your...
K. I have no idea who either of those 2 are.
Okay,
D7061 said, "Coco4CocoPix, well, I mean like with a group of characters." Coco4CocoPix said, "At D7061 I understood that. But the character limit for requests is 2. So it'd take quite a while before a request like that is done. But Snooter usually doesn't have a limit against what's requested. So long as it abides by the request rules, you're fine." Thank you for the follow, Lock the Epic 7.
Thank you, Lock. Welcome back, welcome back.
D7061 said, "At Coco4CocoPix, got it." Oh, is Lock using a new account or something?
Yeah, that's correct. Lock the Epic has been in contact with me over DeviantArt, and apparently their Twitch account got banned, or they lost their password or something. I forget. Point is, they no longer have access to their previous Twitch account and had to make a new one. Wow, I am really liking this ambiance. This is way easier for me to concentrate with. Miss the good old days though, back when I had classical music playing. I really wish I could have kept doing that. It was such an iconic thing for this stream.
Lock the Epic 7 said, "Yep, but it's still me."
That it is.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, "Well, there's a bit of a small concern if it got banned. Because Twitch almost rarely false bans accounts."
I wouldn't know. I've never been banned.
D7061 just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points.
Confirmed. Let me press the hotkey. There we go. 1 extra minute.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, "Speaking of which, does the thing Dark Kyle posted in the request channel count as a new request or something? Because honestly, if that breaks the rules, then I'm just going to ban them since they've been warned too many times already."
They have been warned too many times already, but let me check real quick.
Feraligator 2425 said, "Unless the old account was compromised and had to be destroyed, then it'd not be too far-fetched."
Hey, is Shadow Lunatic Dark Kyle? So I was wondering that.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, "Yes, Shadow is Dark Kyle."
Yeah, I was confused by that.
Same mannerisms and everything.
Yeah. I don't know, this kind of sounds like miscommunication, but at the same time, this kind of sounds like I'm just not comprehending or just ignoring what we're saying.
Tatermotter 314 said, "Hey ho. Didn't they already have a request ongoing?" Tatermotter 314 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Feraligator 2425 said, "I think they had a request for 3 linked art pieces that are to be edited together."
Yeah, that's the case. Here, I'm just gonna ask them a question. Gonna word it vaguely. And if they say yes, it's a violation of Rule 3. I feel like this isn't really the thing we usually warn them about, but yeah, it is getting exhausting.
Feraligator 2425 said, but I'm not sure what the image doc was for unless it's for easy OC organizing and Coco was coming to conclusions.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are just, like, I have a lot of patience, but I think the viewers are just kind of getting sick of Dark Kyle, and if he's bringing down the vibe of the community, then, you know, I have to take actions, even if I personally have the patience to deal with it. Dang it.
Coco4CocoPix said, alright, so if I see a yes from them, that gives me permission to ban them?
Sounds good, sounds good. Hey, how's everyone else feeling about let's see what the community thinks. How's everyone else feeling about Dark Kyle? Do you think we should keep being patient with him, or do you think it's time and we're sick of his shoot?
Coco4CocoPix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Lock the Epic 7 said, it's time.
Yeah, I know. I forgot to do the timer. Give me a sec.
Coco4CocoPix said, I can do a poll.
I'm doing one right now. Give me a sec.
Feraligator2425 said, I don't mind Darkle really, only one person Imo was too annoying to really be let back in. Coco4CocoPix said, yeah, Dark Kyle is just in that ballpark of either not natively being English, or obviously underage and unable to communicate effectively. The Gold Recluse said, I'd rather leave it to the streamer's discretion. I know I've heard you call him out by name several times in the past, so I wouldn't put it past the mods or the streamer if disciplinary action were to be taken.
Alright, poll is started. Yeah, I agree.
Feraligator2425 said, there is an option of temporarily banning until the person gets their act together, unless unredeemable.
Yeah, honestly, I think at this point, at least temporary ban is in order, like a month or something. That's like 4 streams, so yeah. We'll see, especially if they're trying to break Rule 3. Like, this could just be some miscommunication. Like, I feel like we're all on edge about him and potentially jumping at shadows, but, like, at the same time, I know I'm willing to admit that I let him slide with way too much stuff, so... And that sets a bad precedent, so I think it's probably time to at least take some action.
The Gold Recluse said, but I am also a lurker who spends time here while at work, so it doesn't bother me as much.
I'm gonna play an ad real quick and actually remember to resume the timer. frustrating. I'm not sure what to do about that.
Coco4CocoPix said, best I can do is time out Dark Kyle as a solution for a temp ban.
Yeah, that's... Wait, we can't do bans for like... Well, no. That would just be banning him with the intent of unbanning him, like, after a month, is what we would do. But yeah, I just don't know how to feel about that, because, like, we have other people who are, like, not neurotypical in the stream. Like, Video Game Andrew, and, like, no one seems to be bothered by Video Game Andrew at all. And he's been here for a long time and is, like, an important member of the community. But, like, the weirdest thing keeps happening. I keep running into people on the internet who know Video Game Andrew through reputation. And, like, all these terrible experiences of them trying to communicate with him. Like, I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist or anything, but, like, I've noticed while he's on his live stream, because I've been to his live stream, that, like, I'll type a message into chat. Well, first, we were having, like, the hardest time communicating when I first started talking to him about, like, requests and commissions and everything. It was just so confusing, and we were, like, talking past each other, and I'm like, how does what you said respond to what I asked? And, like, so confusing. And I'm like, what the heck? Does this person not speak English or something? So I went on his stream, and he's perfectly fluent in English, but then, like, I typed something into chat, and he read the chat message out loud and started rearranging the words and the letters, and I'm like, oh, I bet that's dyslexia. Like, that would explain everything completely. I bet, I don't know for sure, obviously, because, like, I've never asked him, but I strongly suspect he has dyslexia, and that's why it's so dang hard to understand what he's saying when you're talking to him in, like, personal messages.
Feraligator2425 said, I mean, there's a small chance there's no strictness in listening to the rules, so they might accidentally be walking into Banville without knowing the limits of the stream/server.
Yeah, like, I agree. That is probably the case with King Trophy, with Dark Kyle, and all of them, but at the same time, we need to protect the stream. So it's like, don't get me wrong, that absolutely warrants giving people patience, and we need to keep giving people warnings for these kind of things, but eventually we have to protect the stream, you know what I mean? If my viewers are getting bad vibes and not having a good time because a certain viewer is, like, constantly spamming the same questions over and over again, and it's like, you know, always that super long wordy question with, like, the tagline at the end that kind of bugs me. Like they're just asking a question, thank you, please, and thank you, and all that. Like, homie, it doesn't actually mean anything if you've just been repeating it over and over again. You can't just add the just asking a question when you've asked, like, the same question like 10 fluffing times. Yes, fluffing. But yeah.
Coco4CocoPix said, if he breaks a rule, I'm just going to time them out for an entire month, if possible.
For the month ban thing, I think the easiest way to do that is just do a ban and then unban them after a month. Well, I mean, even then, we can discuss it after a month. Like, oh my god, King Trophy, I unbanned them. I never let them know that they were unbanned. I never got around to letting them know that they were unbanned, but like the other day, they sent me this super fluffing, entitled message on DeviantArt, and I'm just like, wow. Wow. I am so glad I didn't tell you that you were unbanned. I am so glad I didn't give you another chance. And I just banned them on DeviantArt, and I'll probably get around to rebanning them on Twitch at some point. Not that they're aware that they're unbanned on Twitch, but you know, like, and even then, King Trophy, like, probably isn't even aware that they're being rude, but like, I don't care. And sometimes you have to wonder if they don't either, so I don't know.
D7061 just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points. Dino Lover 42 said, hi. Coco4 Coco Pix said, yeah, that's dyslexia. Feral Ligator 2425 said, I think it's that, and I think they mentioned autism too. Not gonna be mad if someone has a hard time understanding if they have problems that all their problems stacking cause.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I try to be patient with people. I just feel like there's some people who take advantage of it.
Dino Lover 42 said, my connection is slow, so my bad. Angry Face. The Gold Recluse said, a line has to be drawn somewhere. Inching past that line is always iffy.
Yeah, it is frustrating because they never outright cross it, they're always inching towards it. And like, Dark Kyle keeps having like these apologies in his messages, but like, if you're just apologizing over and over but still doing the bad behavior, that doesn't count. You actually have to change your behavior. You actually have to work on the behavior. You can't just keep doing the bad thing and apologizing for it, or that apology is meaningless, you know? Who's next on the list, by the way? Pepper Skunk. We have Pepper Skunk next.
Coco4 Coco Pix said, mind sharing that DM trophy gave you?
It wasn't a DM, it was a comment.
Lady Q just redeemed 10 minutes bonus time for 2,000 points.
Like, every time it's Pepper Skunk's turn, I keep thinking it's Tramp Dog, and I keep confusing the two. I really hope we get Tramp Dog back, because this one's almost done. Like, Tramp Dog, Drowberry, and Sea Corgly, we haven't had in here lately. Well, Jaxie's been here a couple times, but like, he keeps missing the first 10 to 19 draw slots. But yeah, I really want to get these done. Worst case scenario, they can get hit by the Forgotten Whip section at least. Where was I? Pepper Skunk, I believe, is the one where those cartoon characters are meeting each other. Yes, it is. Okay, and I started on the clothes layer last time, so I think I'm going to keep working on the clothes layer, because I am pretty much done with the background. Well, at least the lining for the background. I think I might add some clouds at some point.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, I think the worst trophy did was whine about playing Soulja Boy or something copyrighted.
He kept asking over and over again, and like, I would ignore it, and then he'd keep asking, and like, I suppose I should be more confrontational and just say no or whatever, but like, I did say no a couple times, and like, he would just keep asking and asking and asking, and then I realized that like, the last several streams I had done had been like, muted because of the copyright music, and I was so done. So he did a comment on DeviantArt. I'm trying to remember what it said. But, it was something like, don't forget, work on my request, show soon. show soon now or something like that. And like it was super rude, super blunt. And so I'm just like, "Excuse me?" question mark, and he just repeated it, but like even more rudely, and I'm like, "No, I'm done. Like, I'm done with this. I get that it's probably a disorder, but, you know, this isn't good for my community, and I don't have to put up with this, you know?"
Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
And obviously it sets a bad precedent to just let people be rude to me all the time. So no. I was going to give King Trophy a second chance, but I'm not going to anymore. And I can't, I would show you the message, Coco, but because I blocked him on DeviantArt, all the messages are gone, so unfortunately, that's how it is. Before I start with this, I'm gonna go ahead and check the redeems.
Coco Picks said, "Oh, I can probably find it myself then if you didn't hide it."
I think that they get automatically hidden the moment I block them, but I'm not sure about that. So Forgotten Whip, raffle ticket Coco 1, raffle ticket for Alligator, raffle ticket Coco 2.
Lady Q said, "Ah, those kind of fans. I get those too."
Yeah, you understand how it is. Yeah, it's crazy that I've run into multiple, and I mean multiple artists who immediately recognize Video Game Andrew as being like annoying and rude, but not a single person has mentioned King Trophy or Dark Kyle or any of the viewers who were actually problems, you know? Like Andrew, I get he can be an acquired taste, but he's really not that bad.
Feraligator2425 said, "I think you just have to be assertive, not really confrontational unless they're going from normal viewer to a person who'd love to troll you like some complete 180.
Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, unfortunately these things aren't always black and white. So, I'm sure we're gonna make some wrong decisions sometimes, but that's just how it goes. Unfortunately, the stream has to be run by human beings, so we have one for Tatermater.
Feraligator2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Coco Picks said, "No, I can see their comments on one of the commission posts."
Okay, so then maybe you can see what I'm talking about. 1 minute bonus time.
Feraligator2425 said, "At Coco4Cocopics I'm guessing it's like blocking on Discord. You can't see their messages but others can see it just fine."
That's a little concerning.
Coco4Cocopics said, "At Feraligator2425 pretty much."
And for Ralligator,
Lady Q said, "At Coco4Cocopics yap."
Oh, I might need to run another ad real quick. This will only take a couple seconds. I'm just updating the redeems right now before I keep working.
To save me time, which art post did Trophy comment their little entitlement shtick on?
Alas, this was like weeks ago, so I'm not sure I remember. Did I remember 10 minutes to Lady Goo? Yes, I did, and I'm done with the raffle tickets. The last raffle ticket was for Ralligator at... Of course I have no scrap paper here.
Oh, one's ads.
was 4 minutes ago, so 5:29. Okay, and now I'll remember that for next time. And let's go ahead and make sure the queue text is saved and head back here. Now let me adjust the timer to 5 minutes and we can get started on this.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, at Coco 4 Kokopixid Kwai, I'm interested in how insane they were being over a dang art request.
Yeah. Like, one of the people I talked to who was mad at Andrew, like, I get it. Like, apparently Andrew was contacting a whole bunch of people and being really pushy about getting art requests, but the one I talked to today apparently was upset because Andrew kept messaging them while there was an active commission. And I'm like, homie, that's part of being a commission artist, is you have to keep in touch with your client every day. They're paying you, and they're also paying you for the social experience. Like, it's supposed to be a I feel like commission clients, like, they're also there for a collaborative art experience. They don't just see it as, I told an artist to draw something and the artist drew something completely. This is on the wrong layer. Gosh dang it. It's not like, you know, they just shouted something into a void and, like, the artist decided to draw it on their own. Like, it's a collaborative experience. They are bringing their vision to life through the medium of another artist. And, like, yeah, so communication, even if it's every day and not saying anything critically important, is like, that's how commissions work, you know? That's being professional. But no, I do understand where they were coming from with, like, the free art requests. You know, no one owes you constant upkeep and communication for a free art request. I tend to give it anyway, because that's, you know, free art requests are what I do, but I understand where the rest of them are coming from.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, ALR ads gone. Which post was Trophy being an ass in again?
I am not sure. Let me add a minute and take a look. Oh, Alluri Duke's post just got posted. Alluri Duke, are you here? Bulletin to Alluri Duke. Hello.
Super Johnny 91 said, good evening my friend.
Hey Super Johnny 91, I actually have no idea. I know it was a recent one and I strongly suspect it was an art request. That would make it probably either the Hellhound or your emote. But it could have been one of the other ones, so, like, don't quote me on that. But I'm pretty sure it was newer than the emote, older than the Space Moth. Somewhere between those two. Honestly, it was probably newer than hell. Wow, there are so many comments on this one. 14 comments.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, Alurai is not here.
Oh no. Okay, let me add Super Johnny to the list. Alright, Super Johnny, you just took the last slot. And you know what? Fluff it, I'm just gonna give everyone 5 minutes. Because we're gonna have a raffle at the end, and it doesn't matter after that.
Super Johnny 91 just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points.
That was it! Okay, the speech to text isn't there yet. But, yeah, the one you just commented, that was it. And I was like, excuse me, and he just repeated it.
Coco4CocoPix said, the most I can see is don't forget to finish my request yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, keep in mind, I hadn't even told him he was unbanned, so there was no reason for him to expect that I was even still working on it. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this anymore.
Yeah, to have the gall to ask that when as far as they know they're banned?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on, like, I don't think I'm being unreasonable here with saying that's still extremely a rude way to phrase it. Even if you're not banned, you know? And he's had so many warnings about being rude, so... No. No. All done. All done dealing with that. Let's resume the timer.
The Gold Recluse said, have you ever approached a decision in an art piece and found it to be more difficult than you initially believed?
Yes.
For me, it's coloring a flush of pinkness on a character's face with colored pencils. I don't know how well I did it.
Yeah, no, it's so difficult coloring with the colored pencils because you really can't undo your work. Like, that's the thing with paints, you can just paint over the section you made a mistake in. With colored pencils, like, it never really covers up the older layers of colored pencils. So, like, every stroke you basically are stuck with. Like, you can change it slightly with an eraser and remove some of the pigment, but like, there's always going to be a little bit of pigment of any stroke you do with colored pencils for like the rest of the drawing, and it makes decisions paralyzing. Like in this, I can experiment with things just fine. You know, I can be like, okay, what's this character gonna look like if I give them, I don't know, a V-neck? Oh, I don't like the neat V-neck. I'm gonna give them a square neck. Oh, I don't like the square neck. I'm gonna give them a turtleneck that goes up onto their face. You know, I can just experiment with those things as I'm working and instantly pull it off. But no, you have to actually commit to every decision you make without being able to see the decision, you know? You can't even see what it's going to look like. You just have to, like, have faith that it's going to work out. And I feel like it causes a lot of people to not experiment because they have to invest so much time to get past the sketch phase, the lining phase, like all these things, and they're like at the very end of the drawing thinking, okay, it's time for me to draw just a little bit of pink on the cheeks, or I could leave it how it is and not ruin it, and not risk ruining the entire drawing. And like, you know, obviously the best choice at that point is to not do it, but then you'll never experiment. You'll never learn how to draw the cheeks right. And like, it takes so much experimenting to learn how to draw. And like, you can do that digitally without having to risk the piece being ruined, you know? So yeah. Sorry, just a long tangent way of saying traditional art is scary and difficult. I'm glad I'm doing digital, and I admire you for taking on traditional artwork.
I hope you just deleted their request. Feraligator2425 said, I mean TBH, if I was you I'd be like your mother and delete their message.
I banned them and I thought that deleted their messages. I did not realize it doesn't, which is somewhat concerning to me. I'm gonna give this person a little more time because we were a little distracted. Not too much time though. We weren't that distracted.
But that's probably just me. Miss Amachan just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Oh my gosh, we got a mooshkin in the chat. We got a mooshkin in the chat. Who's my favorite mooshkin in the world? She's my mooshkin. And I love her. And I'm gonna give her a shout out. Exclamation point S.O. Misamo-chan.
Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed 10 minutes bonus time for 2,000 points. The Gold Recluse said, "Yeah, I hope I didn't ruin my picture. I love traditional art, but I'd love to learn digital art too. I wanna try to shade it a bit too, and I think I could pull that off."
Yeah. Yeah. There's good and bad things about both, cause like, I say all those things about having the courage to experiment, but okay, the skirt doesn't quite work and I'm not sure how I'm gonna fix it. Okay, I think I have
Astrid
an
thirdly
idea.
just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Okay, I need to move on to the next one because the timer's gone off and there's like a million redeems going on in the chat I need to catch up with. Okay. So let's see here. The For Alligator one was the last one I updated. Super Johnny did another +1. So no, I already updated that. That's right here. Okay, then Misamo-chan got a raffle ticket. Let me open up the raffle window.
Snooter said, "So Miss Amachan." Stream Elements said, "Heya. You should heckin' check out Miss Amachan, where they do art it." YouTube says, "Do me into a husky princess. Makeup and sprinkle pixie dust." Miss Amachan said, "Sleepy mushkin but wanted to come say hi." YouTube says, "Could you try drawing me into a husky princess?"
Yes. So I'm going to send you a invite to my Discord server real quick. Invite to server, copy link. I should really put this in the description. My apologies, my YouTube's not very well developed yet. But yes, if you could drop off the references for you and the Husky Princess in the Discord server in the channel called Request References Here. Yes, that's where we drop off request references, and then I can do that. I'm going to go ahead and add you to the list as well. Since you're a new person, you automatically get 10 minutes to start. As you can see, we have this cool little queue system we go through, and we're currently at number 3, which is Coco, who recently did some time redeems. I don't have the time redeems working on YouTube yet, but don't worry about that. Let's see here, you are M. Young. And you get 10 minutes.
Feraligator 2425 said, "We got a eeper."
Daw. It's Mushkin, she's an eeper. Yeah, she should totally show us the work in progress of the PNG tuber model she's been working on. Because I hear she was working on it while I was streaming and has progress to show. So she should totally put a work in progress in the Discord so we can show it on stream.
Lady Q just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Don't y'all think that she should totally do that before she lays down and goes eep? Maybe I should do a poll and see what everyone thinks.
YouTube says https://discord.gg/fafswajk.
It actually tried to pronounce it. That's funny. Hey, is anyone else having trouble with the stream, or is it just Dino Lover? I'm gonna go ahead and ask in the chat.
Kamijot said, "You think it's your internet connection?" Feraligator2425 said, "I think a husky princess would be cute. Also, if we have text-based ref sheets, will those work?"
Yes, they will.
Dino Lover 42 said, "Oh my, the connection is so bad that this stream is malfunctioning." The Gold Recluse said, "Yeah." Coco4CocoPix said, "No troubles on my end."
Well, that's good to hear. I'm gonna play an ad real quick. Hopefully that doesn't cause any additional problems. But yes, welcome to the stream, M. Young. As you can see, I have added you to the list. You have 10 minutes. Definitely send me the references in any way you feel. If you want to send them to me on DeviantArt, which is where I presume you came from, feel free to do that there. Because I know someone on DeviantArt recently asked me for a request.
YouTube says, "Could you try drawing me into a husky princess?" Snooter said, "Hey, is anyone else having trouble with the stream? Or is it just at Dino Lover 42?
Okay, I don't recognize Maudegan either, so I'm gonna go ahead and add you as a new viewer. Although you do seem to recognize us. Are you, is that Elizabeth's? Maudegan, is that Elizabeth's 2000? Yeah, let me try directly responding to this. Is there a reply button on YouTube? No, there is not.
Feraligator2425 said, "I think I did for a moment, but it's probably because I'm playing my game nearby."
Maybe at M Young. Of course. Can you send a picture of you and
YouTube says, "I have arrived."
parents picture or two?
The Gold Recluse said,
You
"I meant yet to showing the WIP, not the connection issue.
look
My
like
connection is fine." YouTube says, "No, I'm new here."
at okay, welcome in Maudegan. As you can see, we are doing art request today, and do I have the rules written down in my YouTube? I probably don't. But anyway, the rules for the requests are that you all requests have to be all ages friendly, so no lewd things, nothing too violent. A little action is fine, but you know, nothing too violent. Also, you can only have one active request at a time. No asking for new requests until your old request is done. Each request can have a maximum of 2 characters unless you're a subscriber. Well, for you it would be join because you're on YouTube, and subscribe it doesn't mean the same thing it does on Twitch. And yeah, for sure, for sure. So just go ahead and say your request into the chat, just like M. Young did. And if you have any references, please join the Discord, which I posted a link into chat earlier. Let me tag both of you in at Maldegan. So here's a link to the Discord. I'm sorry, I keep trying to press Shift Enter to continue writing my message and put something on a different line, and it just sends the message, and it drives me crazy that it does that. But anyway, so in the Discord, there's a channel that's called Request References Here. So any references I might need, you can send there, or you can send them to me on like DeviantArt, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. I have basically every type of social media, so if there's any platforms you're more comfortable with sending stuff, you're more comfortable sending your requests on, feel free to use that. Just let me know so I know to check that one. Let me add you to the list. You are Maldegan, you are a new viewer, you get 10 minutes to start out with. So let me update the list. As you can see from the list, once it scrolls back around, we have everyone else. Here, these are mostly the older viewers, so they don't have the 10-minute bonus for first-time viewers. And then below that, we have M. Young, who got added to the queue here, and Maldegan, who is now coming up. We have you all added to the list. I will just need the details for your requests so I can get started on them. Also, I need to update the redeems real quick, so give me a sec on that. 10 minutes, Coco.
Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed back of the line for 100 points. Lock the Epic 7 said, that was a mistake.
Okay, I can refund you that one. Give me a minute. Lady Q.
YouTube says, at M. Young of course. Can you send me a reference picture or two? I'm not sure what you or your character look like. I meant to do 1 minute bonus. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points. YouTube says, sounds fair. YouTube says, at M. Young at Maldegan.
Raffle ticket, Lady Goo.
YouTube says, https://discord.gg/fafswajk.
Lady Goo. Also, if y'all are interested, we have a raffle going on. Raffle ticket.
YouTube says, and if I don't have Discord?
No worries if you don't have Discord. You can send it to me, White Bang Husky.
YouTube says, I have to go for a SEC.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna tag you in my link tree.
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. YouTube says, can I see my art?
Alright, as you can see, we have a queue. Excellent. So, Maldegan.
YouTube says, my OC is White Fang Husky.
That's cool, that's cool. Maldegan. Right. So, here's a link to my link tree. If there's any one of these that you would like to send references for your request, that would be good. Just let me know which one you send it to, because I have basically every type of social media. So anywhere you want to send them, technically you could just post a link to whatever the reference is in chat as long as it is safe for work. Also, as you can see, we have a... Oh, that's weird.
Coco4CocoPix said, how would somebody even enter the raffle on YouTube?
Good question. Let me reload the page real quick. So, I actually have a mod...
Feraligator2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Yeah, so I actually have a mod that allows people to get points for watching YouTube. I just don't have the mod enabled right now because I'm trying to figure out how it works. I'm trying to figure out if I can get it to be a bit more simple. But there is a mod for it that I intend to implement later. I'm probably just going to have to learn how it works and let it be complicated. So, how this works is that I add you to the queue. Once we get to your turn, you get 10 minutes of work time on your free art request, and then you can come back next week and get more time, and so on and so forth, until your request is done.
Severe disadvantage since Twitch has the ticket redeems.
Yeah, I would have to add the ticket redeems to the available redeems in YouTube. So you see how I have to program all these things to get it to work on YouTube, and I just got my multi-streamer that actually streams to YouTube to work, so I haven't even been able to really mess with the custom award system thing on there yet.
YouTube says, I've returned. YouTube says, so how's this work? YouTube says, at Maudegan https://linktr.ee/dasnooter. S101X said, Allo 3. Feraligator2425 said, oh. Hello. YouTube says, like I mean couldn't you like look at my community, that's where I post my stuff mostly. Nicola1103 said, hello. YouTube says, could you do White Fang into a husky princess? Nicola1103 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Shocked. At S101X hello. Coco4CocoPix said, so at BeagleMyGo. Stream Elements said, heya. You should heckin' check out at BeagleMyGo, where they do art it. YouTube says, LMAO YouTuber says is so behind.
Part of that is the voice gate. I've just been explaining things like non-stop for like 5 or so minutes, and the TTS won't interrupt me. Therefore, it just had all the messages on hold until I stopped talking. M. Young from
YouTube says, at M Young that sounds good. I will do that. You have been added to the queue, and we will spend 10 minutes drawing your request when we get to your turn. YouTube says, okay, I love you, voice actor of Jenna Husky.
Okay. I don't understand that, but you're welcome. Let's see here.
YouTube says, thank you.
Husky Princess. And I'll just find my own references for that. Yeah, so, Mao Deegan, I could look at your stuff, yes, on your community thing, but I need to know what you want me to draw for your request. Yeah, the reason I was asking you to send those was for references for your request, so let me know what you would like. Also, let me catch up with the chat on Twitch, since I don't have the app that combines them right now. At least I don't have it open right now. Coco Pix did 10 minutes, which I already did. Fralligator did the raffle ticket, which I'm pretty sure I already did. Yeah. And then Nicola did a raffle ticket.
YouTube says, I guess mine would be my cat fella character, in the I wouldn't keep you as a salve in my empire pose. Lock the Epic 7 said, so, like last time from months, you can show me the WIP after stream on what you did to my request.
What a fool you are. I'm a god.
Okay, I can do that, no problem. Let me go ahead and make a file for you. So as you can see with what I did for M. Young, I start a file, I write down the text for the file, I just copy what you said into the text, and then I save that as a text layer so that when we get to your turn, I'll have all the information I need to start yours. You are Mao Deegan, and
Feraligator 2425 said, I think I did the raffle at least 2 to 3 times, but that should be enough.
I guess mine would be my cat fella character in the I wouldn't keep you as a salve
YouTube says,
in
alrighty, cool, thanks.
empire pose. Excellent, excellent. So now it is saved. Save. I'm gonna grab, this is the only reference for your character I see. So it's this character, right? Or was it a different character? Don't see a community tab. What the?
YouTube says, it's the green cat fella. Plush Dracov just redeemed forgotten WIP for 10 points.
Okay, yeah, I can't draw that on Twitch. I might have to draw that later. Is there a way I can message people directly on YouTube? Yeah, I get that the manji and the offensive symbol are different. It's just that Twitch probably won't recognize the difference. I'll see what I can do. Is there some other social media that I can send you files, like picture files and updates directly?
Feraligator2425 said, OMG, I recognize that creature. YouTube says, hey, you can do a peace sign as a stand-in symbol.
Alright, that sounds good. I'll at least do that as a peace sign. That sounds good. I think I see the character you're talking about. It's the green cat, not the not the regular cat with the blonde hair and the pink sweatshirt. I'm gonna write that down real quick. Come on, give me my text tool, please. There we go.
There used to be a DM system on YouTube.
Yeah, there used to be, I swear. Like, that would make things a lot easier because, like, I'm fine with the manji, I just obviously can't do it on Twitch. And if I could send you a copy with the manji, that'd be great, but, like, we'll probably just do the peace symbol.
YouTube says, that's my stranded censorship LMAO.
Yeah. We all have to be careful, you know what I mean? Like, the platforms aren't really sensitive to subtleties and whatnot. Like, on Twitch, we're not even allowed to talk about POLITICS without our stream being, like, labeled as that, and then they strip all of our advertisers away, so we always have to be super careful. Let me see here. You are now vegan, quest, green cat, OC, empire, pose, save. Okay, so I have that all set. So when I get to M. Young's turn, and when I get to Mao Deegan, your turn, I'll be able to get started on yours because I'll have all the information I need. As you can see from the scrolling text to the right of the screen, we have several turns going on right now, and that might be a bit. But thank you for stopping by, and feel free to hang out with us as long as you'd like. Once I get the reward system up and running, it's not running right now, but once I get it up and running, we should be able to get you all some points so that you can start earning points for watching just like everyone else. But I have to get that figured out in the near future, and I will do that as soon as I can. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad on Twitch and then update the redeems, and then we're gonna try to get back to work.
Feraligator2425 said, I know on TikTok they might be mad if you mention Twitch during stream, so pensive face.
Yeah, I am thinking of streaming to TikTok, but like, right now my multi-streamer can only do... I only have my multi-streamer set up to put me on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I don't have the others set up yet. Let's see here.
YouTube says, I'm here. YouTube says, like if you were to look, I have like 2 that have the peace sign insisted, both fan art.
Yeah. It's too bad because, you know, the manji's an important cultural symbol, and I understand where you're coming from. We had Plush Draco add one to the Forgotten Whip, so let me go ahead and do that at least. Whew, a lot to keep track of. Give me a sec to catch up. So,
Coco4CocoPix said, oh wow, 2 ads. One on main and one on the side. Snooter said, so Plush Drakov. Stream Elements said, hey you should heckin' check out Plush Drakov, where they do Rail Gods of History it.
Okay, I think I actually am up to date on the redeems. Coco has 15 minutes. Let me go down to your new request. Oh, here we go, here we go. So just to refresh, we're doing this character with this outfit, is that correct? Let me make a notes layer.
YouTube says. Yeah, but people don't know that, so I keep having to post a symbol chart so they know Manji is a okay symbol.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's always going to be difficult to grow from the scars of history, you know? It leaves people sore, and for good reasons. Well, for bad, well, you know what I mean. With much justification for being sore and sensitive to various things. Even if they, you know, are just similarities.
Coco Pix said, timer.
I know, just a sec. That's better.
YouTube says. Also, I'm going to make sure I don't say anything that would set off your other streams.
Much appreciated, much appreciated. This is an all-ages stream, and we have to avoid any, like I said, POLITIC topics. Okay, I think I'm going to start on the detail sketch layer and dial down these two layers so I can see what I'm looking at. What is on this layer? I don't even see. Oh, this is the gesture layer. I made a gesture layer. Dang. It's almost like I'm a real artist or something. That is fancy. What the heck? I don't even know myself. What's going on here? Let's turn the brush stabilizer back on.
Feraligator2425 said, I think the only thing that will ruin the stream is talking like a sailor or spewing gamer words.
Nah, I've heard some people getting repercussions from Twitch for talking about like trans and LGBT issues. So like even non-political things, like just talking about their experience or that they are a trans person or a like gay person has been enough for their streams to get censored. Or at least have some repercussions. They're not being like fully banned or anything, but like there's a lot of repercussions to getting that tag.
YouTube says. So which image did you see to use as ref?
I looked at a couple actually. One was the one where it was pogging, but that doesn't seem to be the normal model you use for it. The other two I saw were just kind of like basic shape drawings, like a circle or whatever, that kind of thing. I think I'll do a compromise in between the two. And make sure to get the fur patterns correctly. Because, like, is your character an anthropomorphic character, or is it just literally a cat? I believe in the furry community they call those ferals, where it's just literally an animal. Not that far down, please. Go up here. I've been drawing dogs so much lately that everything looks like a canine now. What am I doing wrong that's making this so canine? I'm not sure.
YouTube says, yeah, that's more of like a joke image cuz I hit 1.1k, but also I want you to do it in your style, of course. Also yes, it's a anthropomorphic.
Alright, sounds good, sounds good.
Feraligator2425 said, 99% sure that's because they want to have the most advertising possible here, so you have to basically treat the stream like it's some Sesame Street junk and be as family friendly as possible, no matter what the family is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I realized that a long time ago, so I already have catered my brand and my style to be family friendly, and honestly, like, I feel like a lot of the streams that don't... Ooh, I don't like that. Hold on, I don't like that at all. There we go. I feel like a lot of the streams that don't go for the family friendly kind of thing are going for outrage bait, and I don't like that either. Like, I understand it's important to have discourse and it's important to think of things and, like, challenge your views and stuff, but, like, so many channels are just outrage bait to, like, the worst common denominators, and if you try to be, like, honest on one of them and nuanced, it doesn't get any views. But if you just spout whatever crazy hot take comes to mind without thinking about it, you get rewarded. But you also get harassed, and it's super unstable, and I absolutely hate that. So I'm going for the family-friendly stream because I feel like the family-friendly business model, because I feel like it's the business model that will allow me to focus on art and drawing the most, rather than focusing on drama and backlash, you know?
YouTube says, I'm still waiting.
Who said that? I really wish my TTS would tell me that, because I have my Twitch stream open right here. Because I need to have all the buttons ready, like this advertising button I'm about to press right now. See everyone in a couple seconds. Who said that?
YouTube says, but don't people do the stuff as their whole stream?
Yeah, for real, for real. They do outrage stuff as their whole stream, and I can't stand that. Like, it's so unstable, it's not feasible long term, and that's not what I want to focus on. I don't want to be making people angry as a job, you know? I want people to want to show up to my stream, to be happy, and focus on the artwork, and not crazy stuff that I'm saying, you know? I'm still waiting.
Plush Drakov said, had one recently where Twitch did a copyright strike against a guy over their music, and that it was too much like insert YT channel s copyrighted tunes. Streamer was like, hey, would you look at that? I'm getting a strike for playing music taken from a YT channel that coincidentally has my name. YouTube says, like my whole thing is just game clips.
Oh, that's cool, that's cool. Yeah, I just like to focus on the medium. And like, it's crazy how in the art community, the channels that focus on tearing other artists down and constantly finding drama to bring up, those are the popular channels, and not the channels that actually focus on art. You know? And I feel like we as an art community have like lost sight of what being an artist should really be about, you know?
YouTube says, at M Young we will start, when it is your turn. Please be patient.
Unfortunately, I don't have any mods on the YouTube side, but anyway.
Feraligator2425 said, at Plush Dracov that feels like the time a Twitch streamer was ballyetted because their Ninja Blender wanted to sound like Skrillex music. Coco4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. YouTube says, yeah, Oblivion Remaster came out like 3 days ago and that's how I got a huge boost.
Heck yeah, that is awesome. You know what? So, Twitch doesn't let me do shoutouts. Twitch probably will not let me do a shout out to YouTube at all. Let me see what I can do. Let me pause and see what I can do.
Coco4 Coco Pix just redeemed 5 minutes bonus time for 1,500 points. YouTube says, okay. Ilyuriduk24 said, just sent my request and saw the first one you finished for me. Thanks.
Heck yeah, Ilyuriduk, you saw it. Yeah, we were trying to get a hold of you earlier. Did you send it to the Discord? Or did you send it on DeviantArt?
Dark Kyle 2000 said, hello Snoots, just wanted to say welcome back to Twitch and was wondering if you were alright as I was worried about you.
Yeah, as you can see in the announcements, I was out in the mountains over the weekend, and I should probably see what the poll said. Okay,
YouTube
that's fine.
says, so if they can redeem points, how does it work here?
It doesn't yet. Real sorry. The truth is I've been having trouble trying to get my multi-streamer to work so that it streams to both Twitch and YouTube, and I haven't had time to mess with the redeem. So I have this custom redeem system. Ooh, there's an update available. I love how they mention this, like, while I'm trying to work on it. So that's, like, never a good time to download the update. But yeah, so I have a custom YouTube point system downloaded, and it's installed into my streamer bot. The problem is, I need to learn how it works for one thing, and I need to make the redeems themselves, because I don't have those redeems. I don't have any of the redeems ready yet, so unfortunately we just don't have it working on YouTube yet.
Feraligator2425 said, I almost forgot about the poll.
Yeah.
Ilyuriduk24 said, I sent it on means DeviantArt.
Okay, sounds good. Refresh. Where? Found it. Oh wow, this thing is heckin' scary. I love it. Ooh, that is really scary. So, for Twitch, I'm gonna have to change those little blood tears to a different color so that I don't get, demonetized or banned or anything, but I'll go ahead and change them back into blood tears before I post it on DeviantArt. That is going to be cool. So I can remove the question mark from your name, and there's no question mark on your name. Excellent. Let's resume the timer. Did I even start the timer? What happened to the timer? There it is. Okay, let's give it an extra minute. Let's give it a couple extra minutes because I don't like how this head looks.
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
So let's see here. This is kind of a weasel slash ferret kind of head, which means it is mostly a circle with a little rodent nose sticking out here.
YouTube says. Also, what's the wheel about?
The wheel is there's a raffle at the end. Unfortunately, I don't have points set up on YouTube for buying raffle tickets, but because of that, let me just go ahead and give you one free raffle ticket so you can get added to the wheel. If you would like, of course, you don't have to be added to the wheel if you don't like. But basically at the end of the stream, we're gonna spin the raffle and, oop, for Alligator just redeemed another raffle ticket. Basically at the end of the stream, we're going to spin the wheel, and then we're going to, whoever wins is going to get a whole 30 minutes of draw time on their art request. So yeah, the wheel at the bottom, you can see Coco has bought a lot of tickets, for Alligator's bought a lot of tickets. Let me add you on. Maudigan. Yeah. So that's what's going on there, because the thing is, my streams kept going longer and longer. And we got an extra 5 minutes from Coco. My streams kept going longer and longer, and like I just can't keep doing 8-hour streams every week. And they were getting even longer than 8 hours, so what I've had to do is I reduced the amount of slots, of request slots to a finite amount, you know, so first come, first serve kind of thing. But people weren't very happy with that. Not like I have a choice, because, you know, I can't keep doing 8-hour streams, but, so what I did to make it a little more fun and a little more interesting to people who didn't get any slots when they were available is I added a raffle at the end of the stream. So a random viewer is going to get a whole half an hour of work on their art request if they win the spin. And that's super fun, and people spend their points on raffle tickets and all that other stuff. And since we actually have, I've never had that many viewers on YouTube before, so since we actually have 2 of them today, I think this needs to be my wake-up call, and I need to get the redeems working on YouTube. That is much better. That is much better. It's not quite right, but it is much closer to what this ferret thing should be. There we go. There we go. Let's resume the timer. Let's add those 5.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, I believe this OC here is a rabbit thing. Coco 4 Coco Picks said, actually her snoot is a rabbit snoot.
Okay, that changes things a little. Rabbits are going to be a little bit less subtle. They actually kind of have a separation between the cranium and the face and the snout. It is a small separation. It is a subtle separation, but it is there. Thank you for the snoop boop, and welcome to the stream, Andrew. You unfortunately missed the regular art slots, but as you can already see from the raffle ticket you bought, you can join the raffle. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to get those redeems functioning by next stream. And would love it if you would stop by next week, as well as hanging out with us today.
Video Game Andrew said, "Hey, how are you?"
I'm doing alright today. I had a pretty good run. I used my weights while I was running, so it was a nice workout. Got plenty of upper body workout as well as the lower body, because I'm doing weighted jogging. Okay, this should be round and small. That's better. And because it is a rabbit, the back of the head is fairly rounded. Okay, so it's not actually a ferret, which means that this scaling is off.
Feraligator 2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Thank you.
In between rabbit and feline. Stream Elements said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO-Fi? Basic boopers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week. YouTube says, "I'm okay being on the wheel."
Excellent, excellent. So the rules with the wheel are when we spin, you have to comment in the chat within 3 minutes after we spin, or we spin again and move on to the next person. And the spin gets held at the end of the stream.
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed 5 minutes bonus time for 1,500 points.
Which I'm pretty sure I already added. I'm sure you can tell I'm like struggling to make this work.
Coco 4 Coco Picks said, "You technically need to add one more since you only added 4 minutes previously."
Okay. There we go.
YouTube says, "Well, lucky I got in then."
For
Feraligator
sure.
2425 said, "Also didn't a stream go past 8+ hours before you started to mess with the redeems, and eventually
Yes.
making a queue?"
I think we almost got to 9 hours one time. It was bad. It was real bad. Like some people, a couple people, most people were understanding, and I appreciate all y'all's understanding and patience, but a couple people were really upset, and a lot of people were at least confused about what was going on. And yeah, there was just nothing I could do because the channel just kept growing. But I can't keep doing 9 to 10 hour streams, you know?
Video Game Andrew just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Let's see if I can make this look a little more friendly.
At Feraligator 2425 pretty much. Video Game Andrew just redeemed BOOP to Snoot for 5 points.
Yeah, the raffles are one of the many things that we've attempted to use to address the problem. You know,
YouTube says, "Oh yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What do you think about my cat fella?"
Is a cool cat fella. Is there a story behind your character? do tell us, do tell us.
Feraligator 2425 said, rabbit noses are weird, it's like a split nose slit.
Yeah, for real. Let's bring it a little further down.
But it means they have soft snoots.
Uh-huh, very boopable, very boopable.
Coco4CocoPix said, surprisingly more rabbit OCS have the button nose than the normal slit nose.
Really?
Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
I am really gonna have to update those raffle tickets when this one's done. Pretty sure the last one I added was Nicola.
Video
Oh my
Game
God.
Andrew said, I going see a Minecraft movie tomorrow.
I'm a derp. There's bunny ears right here. I can't believe I didn't notice that this is bunny. Okay, of course. Well, the ears aren't going to be showing through the hair. Plus we have spiky fur on the side. Even though that's normally a predator adaptation.
At Video Game Andrew Chicken Jockey.
Indicating strong jaws.
YouTube says. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, what kind of game clips do you usually do?
Lock the Epic 7 said, I bought a raffle ticket.
For sure, no worries, Locke. As soon as Coco's turn is over, I'm gonna go through the list and update everyone's raffle tickets. So don't worry about it. We'll get it figured out in a bit.
Coco4CocoPix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Feraligator 2425 said, Johnny Cage is really dumb on loudly crying face. Can't buy gear to save his life. Coco4CocoPix said, is Snoots referring to my character? YouTube says. Nah, I just really kinda made him one day.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Feraligator 2425 said, at Coco4CocoPix why now I realized you mentioned the nummy nose thing and was gonna bring up that my Fursona has the normal bun nose, just it has coloration on it to look sorta different.
Okay, let's do this again. Hide, and what happens if I just redo it, knowing this is a rabbit nose and not a canine and not a ferret nose? I'm sorry, I appear to be having trouble. Let me give you an extra minute. See, this is what happens when I go on these vacations in the mountains and don't draw for a whole week. Like, I come back, everything's like way harder. I might just stick with what I did before.
Lady Q said, F. Jackalope if you want to be more specific. Coco4CocoPix said, I have the sudden urge to imaginate that jackalope being a Fleming giant.
A Fleming giant, huh? That's better. Is it? Kinda.
YouTube says. Oh, mostly Oblivion ones now cuz that's popular.
That's fair, that's fair. So you're not trying to, so you're saying that you're competing with the popular games and you're not going to try to niche up?
Iluriduc24 said, Did your TDS read my comments here?
I'm not sure if it did or not. Did it miss one?
Feraligator 2425 said, at Coco 4 Cocopics do it OMG. We need round. At Feraligator 2425 it what they look like, so I can only imagine a normal Fleming. I think those buns are just like a scaled up bunny.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Pretty much, yet. Dog-sized news. Fun fact, bunny tails aren't actually round.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just the fur that makes it look that way.
They're curled.
Oh, that's not what I expected. Me trying to resist the urge to draw a dog tongue. So that's pretty bunny, but not sure how I feel about it. Oh well, let's not spend all day on this. I'm gonna work on some other things and maybe come back to that later. Because I know I can do this hair just fine.
YouTube says. I mean, it's really I do whatever I want to make. The reason I made the Oblivion clips was I was remastering my old ones from about a year ago.
Oh, that's cool, that's cool. So you're saying you recreated what you did in the old Oblivion 10 years ago in the new Oblivion. That's cool.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, yeah, bunny tails are actually really thin. They just curl into a ball. Kinda makes bunnies / rabbits into tiny little Shibas. Feraligator 2425 said, I mean, I think the anatomy of buns are not too much different than frogs, as their natural sitting position would make a possible tail want to touch the ground.
Frogs, huh? I don't know. I feel like bunnies are a bit more, I'm blanking on the word right now. I have to look it up in a second. I also have to play the next playlist, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock, so I'm going to focus on doing the hair nonstop until the clock runs out, and then I'll update everyone's redeems, and then I will look up that word I'm looking for.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, buns are more obtuse than frogs. Feraligator 2425 said, frogs and buns do have long legs. If frogs actually had tails, they'd stick straight up. YouTube says. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream. But that makes sense for their general shape.
I think so. Remember, if you can't make it to the end, it's not the end of the world. You know, like I always say, real life comes first. And we have a ding. Okay, that actually looks pretty cool. I think I need to change a couple things on it, but for the most part, it's pretty cool. Okay, so let me go ahead and restart that playlist because wow, that playlist, oh, it just decided to stop because it's being a meanie face. Got it. The next two tracks are only like 10 minutes and 15 minutes, so I'm gonna have to restart it again soon anyway. Just frustrating. Okay. Let's check this real quick. But yeah, real life comes first, and while we would appreciate you sticking around to the end, you gotta take care of yourself and you gotta do what you gotta do, and real life will always be more important than the stream, and we appreciate you hanging out with us for as long as you have. I'm gonna play an ad real quick, and I'm gonna try to catch up with all the redeems. Boy, have there been a lot.
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
There's another...
YouTube says, "I'm back."
One, two, three...
The Gold Recluse said, "I remember you saying you like listening to folk metal while doing stuff off stream. Have you heard of Tridena? I found them recently, they're great."
I have to check them out. Give me a sec.
YouTube says,
required.
"It would be funny if I win the raffle even though I'm such a small percent."
Uh-huh. Okay, I can't be spelling that right. Tridana. Yeah, like stranger things have happened. Like oh, that looks so cool. I definitely want to check them out after stream. Obviously, I can't play them during stream because it'll mute the VODs or whatever, but like, yeah, that sounds awesome. Lock the Epic got a raffle ticket. Let me go ahead and write that down. Yeah, the first time I did a stream, it was actually Super Johnny who won, who had like one of the lowest amounts of tickets. Like, it was very surprising. And then 2 more for Coco. 1, 2. That is a lot, Coco. You have nearly half the wheel. That is quite a lot. I see you are going all in on this one. Yeah, what I was listening to lately, because I was watching some Spanish-speaking streamers, is they suggested Sauron, which is like, it's spelled just like the villain from Lord of the Rings, but with an M instead of an N. So yeah, it sounds totally awesome. Alright, let's see here. Who's next on the list? Done with Coco. Next up is Astrid the Ridley. Did we finish Astrid's? No, that was a Luriduk who we finished. Astrid the Ridley, I believe, has the one with the bird and the... Yeah, here it is. I can only presume is a marsupial of some kind. I think we're actually done with the coloring. I was just double checking to make sure there were no bleeds.
YouTube says, "So how would I get more time even though I'm on YouTube?"
So for now we don't have it set up, but we're going to get a point system, and when it's working you can do there's these various commands you can type into the chat. I haven't looked them up yet because I need to get it working, but we're gonna get that going. We don't have it yet because we haven't had many viewers on YouTube and it hasn't become necessary until now. And I've been working on trying to fix other things, so But I will try to get that working by next week. But basically how it's...
2425 said, I think Johnny had 2 slots on the wheel that one time, so it was crazy.
Yeah, for real, compared to everyone else's like 8 to 10 slots, it was just nuts. But yeah, basically how it's going to work is as you watch, it's going to reward you a certain amount of points, and then you can be like exclamation point points or something like that. And it'll show you how many points you have, or exclamation point redeems. I don't know exactly what the commands are because I don't have it set up yet. Well, I have it set up, I don't have the redeems set up yet. Yeah, there's things I have to finish working on for it to work. I forgot to start the timer. Let me go ahead and do that. I believe the timer is set to 15, which is not correct. It needs to be at 5 and start. Let's see here. Did Illuri Duke do any time? Did Astrid the Ridley do any time redeems? No, they did. Yes, they did, just now.
Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Astrid Thirdly just redeemed 5 minutes bonus time for 1,500 points. YouTube says, I'm all the way at the bottom, lol.
Yep. The truth is, the way the queue system works now is, other than the raffle, of course, it's a first come, first served system. So there's only 10 slots for people to sign up for. And then, they have to just try to win the raffle. But since you're a new person, even though there were no slots left, I always give first timers a full 10 minutes and add them regardless of whether there's any slots left. So yeah, that's why you and M. Young are on the list at all, and why you both have 10 minutes instead of the regular 5 that everyone else is getting today. Okay, I have to make sure I've gotten all the holes. Okay, does anyone see any spots I missed before I move on to the next layer? Before I move on to shading and highlighting? Why are we at 8 minutes? It's supposed to be at 5. Oh, because I added 5, because Astrid the Ridley added 5, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't spend all day chasing these little tiny mistakes, because, like, yeah.
Cyberdragon34 said, Mischief Horn just redeemed Hail Hydrate.
Yeah,
for 5 points.
No one can see these spots anyway. Alright, we got a Hail Hydrate, so I'm gonna grab my water jug. Gonna give my water jug a little shake. Open it up. And get a drink.
Mischief Horn just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
Oh. That's very refreshing, Mischief Horn, thank you. So as you can see, Mischief Horn, we are out of request slots today, but if you'd like to get in on the raffle, feel free to buy some raffle tickets. While you're here, let me go ahead and SO Mischief Horn.
YouTube says, have you White Fang yet? YouTube says, have you done White Fang yet? Feraligator 2425 just redeemed 3 minutes bonus time for 1,200 points. Snooter said, so mischief horn. Stream Elements said, heya. You should heckin' check out Mischief Horn, where they do Monster Hunter Wilds it. Super Johnny 91 just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points. YouTube says, it's going to take a while. Other YouTube person. Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Feraligator 2425 said, it how long this'll be, but I'll be going for now. Hey, did you know you can get more off-stream draw time per dollar by subscribing on DeviantArt? Basic boopers, $5 gets you 25 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 60 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 175 minutes of draw time per week. Probably gonna cook pizza. YouTube says, at M Young no. Your turn is clearly shown on the list. Please do not keep asking. Super Johnny 91 said, I redeemed 2 times. YouTube says, sorry. YouTube says, clicks button asterisk 500 raffle tickets. YouTube says, Lamo.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Let's see here. We're still working on Astrid's turn, so I'm going to focus on that and worry about the redeems later. I'm going to resume the timer, and I'm going to go ahead and get started on the shading, because obviously we don't want to spend all day chasing every little mistake when no one can see half of them anyway. So I'm going to remove this background, replace it again with the white background, and decide what shading color I'm going to use. Brown might be a problem.
Dark Kyle 2000 said,
good.
Anyways, sorry for being late the Friday before when you live streamed Snoots. I hope the 20-page fanfic comic book story of my idea can be considered being done by you when you have time to.
Yeah, that's good enough. Coco, go ahead and do your thing. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do one color for the
Coco 4
Wow.
Coco Pix said, Siri beat me to it.
Wow, normally links aren't a problem, but for Saribot.
YouTube says, I have like a list of things I sent to people I request stuff from. Cuz Kyle did a link. Double links are considered spam.
Wow. Yeah, I think that qualifies as one more chance, so go ahead and do your thing, Coco.
So Siri just auto bans.
That's funny. That is really funny. Wow. Alright. That is the wrong color. There we go.
Nah, I'm leaving them banned for the stream.
Alright, sounds good, sounds good. Sorry about the background drama, we just had an ongoing problem. But don't worry about it. It is being dealt with. Yeah, so what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, because I can't figure out anything else to do, is I think I'm just gonna use a dark cyan for the shadow, and then I'll use a light yellow for the highlight. There's not going to be many places on this that require heavy highlight. Not that that's going to stop me, because highlighting is my favorite part.
I'll just make a reminder to unban them at the end of May.
Sounds good, sounds good. Oh man, I'm going to have to go to... Gonna have to go to a whole different part of the country in June, and I'm not looking forward to it. Have to visit some family members. Something about a lake house. I mean, that sounds great. I know, I'm just such a homebody. Becoming increasingly introverted and reclusive. I suppose I should go out and touch grass, but like, I also don't wanna deal with some of my family members.
YouTube says, why did they get banned?
It's a long story that I don't want to go into too much, but basically they kept asking repetitive questions, and they've been doing it for a very long time, and we've given them a lot of chances.
Coco4CocoPix said, can't ban them in the Discord though.
Okay, so I'll have to do that? Alright, I'll deal with it later. But yeah, I hope that explains things. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to go on a vacation in June. Gonna be gone for like a whole week. And like, I was considering staying even longer than a week, but honestly, no. Nope. I want to get back home and get back to work. Yeah, believe me, there were a lot of chances. Ding. Of course, I say, oh, we're gonna start shading, things are gonna move super fast, and then I start shading these wings, which are like incredibly intricate and take like a lot of time and work.
TaterMotter314 just redeemed front of the line for 500 points. YouTube says, anyways, one of my favorite requests to do is my cat fella kissing Edison from One Piece in a funny way, lol.
Oh, that sounds neat. I wonder who Edison from One Piece is.
Coco4CocoPix said, Tater. You aren't on the list. So I'm gonna refund that.
Thank you, Coco. Let me also delete the request slots available thing so as to not confuse people. Sorry about the confusion. Not sure what I'm gonna do here. Honestly, I'm beginning to think there should be like a gap over here. Like, I'm strongly considering that. I'm gonna leave this here so I consider that next time. Alright, I'm going to play a very short ad, and then we're going to move on to the next person on the list, which is... Cyber Dragon. Alright, before I get started with the timer, I need to catch up on the redeems real quick. So last one I did was the 2 in a row from Coco. So here's the 2 raffle tickets in a row 21 minutes ago. Then we had one from Lock the Epic. Lock the Epic gets one more. 5 minutes to Astrid the Ridley, which we added on the spot. We had a Hail Hydrate and a Snoop Boop. We had 3 minutes to Feraligator. Let me add that to the list. Plus 3. And then 1 minute to Super Johnny. Plus 2. Plus 1 more ticket to Coco. Dang, how many points do you have, Coco? I am amazed you still have points to spend on these. Of the line,
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Lock the Epic 7 said, also plus 1 Mahood to me.
I must have missed that, but let me go ahead and add it. Control S. That should update the whole list right now. Alright, let's move right along. I'm sure people are excited for the raffle. Let's start the timer and get started on Cyber Dragon. So we have a very subtle neck here. Hey Cyber Dragon, if you're here, is this character supposed to be masculine or feminine? I'm getting the vibe that they should be somewhere in between. Then again, that's a lesbian flag right there, which makes me think feminine. Let's grab both these layers, Control T, bring it down just a bit. Head back to my detail sketch. I'm really liking these new music playlists.
Stream Elements said, hey, in addition to extra boops, I am also offering off-stream draw time to all my subscribers. In fact, as a subscriber, your weekly off-stream draw time will be guaranteed even if you miss a stream. Tier 1, 15 minutes total. Tier 2, 30 minutes total. Tier 3, 100 minutes total.
I guess since we actually have YouTube viewers now, I'm gonna have to adjust that to say Twitch subscribers. Also, Maudegan, if you want updates on what's going on with the schedule and whatnot, I strongly suggest joining the Discord. And also, I posted a link to my link tree, so feel free to follow me on any of those there if you can't get into the Discord.
The gold recluse said, do binaural beats count as music? It's so weird how those work. The day I learned about them, I was really nauseous, and they actually helped me overcome my nausea. There was a science-filled explanation, but I was too queasy to read it at the time.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I do like binaural beats, but I have not had the motivation to bother looking at the so-called science behind them. I strongly suspect it's pseudoscience, but I haven't actually looked at it, so I wouldn't know. And like, who cares? I just like the way it sounds. It doesn't need to be scientifically explainable. But yes, I agree. I really like them. They're very soothing. Let's put this actually back here. And this back here. Yeah, because truth be told, we're not going to be able to see these from this angle and from the front. Maybe tone these down a little.
Feraligator 2425 said, I'm guessing you got stuff done while I was away. YouTube says. Also your art is quite nice.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You can definitely check out more of my stuff on the Linktree, link that I gave you. I keep my DeviantArt up to date the most, but I also keep a Blue Sky, a Facebook, and an Instagram fairly up to date because my social media manager programs are compatible with them. I have a Mastodon that I've recently abandoned, and I have a Twitter that I've recently abandoned.
Didn't make pizza though. Lock the Epic 7 said, bell dinged.
Yeah, my darling partner bought me pizza this morning. She was trying to be nice or something, but it's very bad for my digestive system right now. So I just took some extra fiber today, ate the pizza, and I'm hoping for the best.
Tatermotter 314 said, can I be on the list next time?
Depends on when you arrive. As you know, it's a first come, first serve system. The first 10 people to arrive get added to the list. Keep in mind right now, you can buy raffle tickets and try to win the raffle at the end of the stream. The raffle winner gets a whole 30 minutes of draw time on their art request.
Coco 4 Coco Picks just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Full disclosure, Coco for Coco Picks has a ton more raffle tickets than anyone else and is nearly at a 50% chance of winning. So I'm going to go ahead and run an ad and we're going to move on to the next person on the list. Feraligator for 8 minutes. Feraligator, did we start your new request yet? Lovely NASA, Living Doodle, Foxy Fox Fusion, Snaz Kitty. Yeah, for Alligator, I don't think we've started your new request yet. For Alligator, have you seen your old request? Did I just schedule that and then forget it existed? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Camzots. Do we have a Camzots on the list? No, we have Camijots. Okay. Let me find the old one. Let me reset the playlist. And we can take a look at this for a bit, if I can find it. Where the heck did it go? There it is. Okay, I believe this is the finished version. Were there any changes you wanted me to make? And did you want a new art request? And just to let everyone know, the music we've been listening to today is by Vivek Abhishek. And it is original music by Vivek, and it is copyright free, royalty free, deep healing, sleep music relaxation. Hey, do we still have For Alligator in chat? Does anyone remember if we have started a new request with For Alligator?
Snooter said, at Faraligator 2425 heya, still here?
Silver... Okay, there we go.
YouTube says, I'm new here, I don't know much.
No worries, no worries.
Faraligator 2425 said, yeah.
Hey, yes.
No worries.
Okay, so we finished your slime Gudra. Did we start a new request or no?
Oh, it's already done,
Putting you on the spot, huh? Yeah, not only that, it's scheduled to go out in like a week or so. Let's see when it's scheduled for. May 19th, so that is... Oh, that is quite a while from now.
No. I had an idea for one though. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Let me go ahead and add that while we're waiting. Look the Epic. Where are you? Down here. I'm going to bring you up in the list so you're with the other people who have multiple tickets. Okay, we have Coco with 11, For Alligator with 4, and Lock the Epic with 3. And then a couple 1 tickets. this one, and let's go ahead and start a new file. Might be square, it's probably going to be square. I usually do square drawings because they work on Instagram fairly well without me having to mess with them a bunch. Because depending on the media manager I use, some of them are good at adapting non-square images for Instagram, some of them are really bad at it.
YouTube says, getting closer.
We just gotta wait for Alligator to get back to us on what their next request is gonna be. Who's next on the list anyway? Hey, while we're waiting, sorry, voice is going a little bad. While we're waiting, Kamajots, are you still here? Have you decided on a request yet?
Snooter said, at Kamajot hey hey, your turn is coming up soon. Have you decided on a request yet? Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Of course. You're actually trying to get to the 50% mark, aren't you? According to the list, you are at 46%. Okay, I heard a bloop. I bet that's it. Request references here.
YouTube says, LOL would be funny if I still win.
Agreed, agreed. Text.
The Gold Recluse said, quick, someone stop that madman. Feral Ligator 2425 said, I hope the request isn't too vague on accident. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, nobody can stop me except DOS.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see here. And let's get the references in here.
Lock the Epic 7 said, at the Gold Recluse only the wheel can stop the madman. Because I can kinda draw what's in my head later.
The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. Okay, so if I'm to understand correctly, Alyssa is possessed by this little ghosty creature, and Asila is possessed by this little wispy creature. Is that correct?
Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Lock the Epic 7 said, 13. At Coco 4 Coco Pix that's 13.
Yeah, for real. 48%. 2% away from 50. Okay, so I'm going to need to actually start with the background sketches on this one.
New. Jaxie C. Corgi said, hello.
Okay, so for Alligator, for this building, are we thinking like an abandoned concrete apartment building or asylum kind of thing? Or are we thinking more of a wooden Victorian shack or mansion kind of thing?
Coco for Coco Pix said, I mean.
So I'm gonna go ahead and get started on this part at least. Check the timer. We had the timer set to 8, which I'm not sure is correct. No, it is correct. Alright then. Still not the correct color, come on. Might do a gesture layer.
Y'all can just redeem before I do. My stuff is slow as heckies. YouTube says. Can they go over 50?
Over 50%? Yes, it's mathematically possible. I'm surprised they're spending this much on tickets, because, like, they are, well, they're using free points that you get from watching, but, like, that is a huge investment that Coco is essentially leaving up to a coin flip.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, I was thinking about how obviously when you look into a mirror it is obviously you, but in this case it's just Asila being a lil goober and trying to copy her from outside the hole.
Yeah, I think so too. I was definitely thinking something like that as well. But what I'm wondering is, like, what kind of building are we thinking for the abandoned building? This is way too small.
I was thinking a long abandoned asylum-like place.
Okay, that works for me.
Coco for Coco Pix said, Snooter can always just put a limit of 1 so it's more fair. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
As soon as we get the YouTube points working, it's already going to be fair because everyone has the same opportunities to make points, I suppose, unless they're a subscriber. I don't know. I'm already kind of tempted to be doing 2 raffles per stream. And I am thinking of having like a separate raffle that just grabs a random user in the stream, regardless of whether they got tickets or not, and picks them as the raffle winner. Still too far
Would probably be easier to doodle what's on my mind. YouTube says. Like, would it be better to get that or just get more time, you know? Coco for Coco Pix said, I'm not gonna redeem tickets anymore anyway.
I think, I'm not sure. It might be strategically best to use them on time redeems. We actually have a 10-minute time redeem that people can only use once per stream.
I'm happy with having the funny horror number.
Uh-huh. Now, if I could draw an actual circle, that'd be great. I mean, not like it matters, because apparently if I use a stencil and draw a perfect circle, my tablet reads it as an oval, which tells me that it's not picking up my surface area correctly. So I need to adjust some of the settings to get it to work better.
YouTube says. Dude, my name is so small there, lol.
I know, right? Yeah, like, that's the thing. No matter, even though everyone else's chances to win are, like, super low, what was I gonna say? Hold on. Coco's chances are still 50-50, so after all the points they spent, there's a 50-50 chance that, like, those points were for nothing. So, like, it's a good idea to buy a lot of raffle tickets and increase your chances, but it's also a good idea to pace yourself. I made them very cheap so it would be worth it to, you know, invest in them. And easy to participate, and it wouldn't be like, oh no, I don't want to do that. I could just be saving up for a 10-minute redeem instead, and so that's why I made them so cheap. But then people spend like 1,000 points on it anyway. Because they buy so many. And you know, that's their prerogative. That's fine with me. So I think I'm actually gonna have Alyssa looking away from the viewer. So I'm gonna have Asila looking towards the viewer. And we're going for a more industrial concrete building.
YouTube says. Also, you know the pose I meant, right?
I don't think I've actually seen that specific pose. I was just gonna put them in something that had that vibe. Do you have a specific reference for that pose in mind?
YouTube says. I guess I could post it like I did with the other image for when we get to it.
Alright, that sounds good. Alright, out of time on that one. Let's see who's next on the list. Kamajots never got back to me. I'm just gonna delete that and they can start their first request some other time. Looks like we had a raffle ticket to Astrid and Locke, and I don't think I got either of those. No, I did get one for Locke. Which means I probably got one for Astrid, didn't I? Did I? I'm not sure. No, those are different ones. So another one to Astrid and another one to Locke. Got it. One to Astrid and one to Locke.
Astrid thirdly just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Okay, let's keep moving along.
YouTube says, IGTG for a SEC, but YouTube did the silly crop, so you might have to click to see the full image.
Alright, sounds good.
YouTube says, never mind, let me find a better image. YouTube says, I dislike YouTube's image sharing.
Fair enough, fair enough. Add real quick. Wow, like it didn't even run an ad for a second there. I'm worried that Twitch is totally collapsing. It's a good thing I'm branching out into YouTube. Alright, right, who's next? Illyri Duke. Illyri Duke. I'm pretty sure they sent me a new one on... Yeah, Illyri Duke sent me a new one on DeviantArt. Okay, I'm gonna try challenging myself and doing some perspective on this one. Let's also check my Discord real quick because I heard a bloop.
The Gold Recluse said, have you seen any art or videos that made your blood go cold? Something horrific, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The other night I saw a clip of a lemur making noises, and the sight of its face got under my skin. Momo did too.
Okay, so as far as sounds go, there's two things that you should hear. One, have you ever heard the sound of a Hyrax? Like, you'd be surprised what that rodent can sound like. Second of all, if you haven't heard it already, I highly recommend you listen to the sound of a Aztec death whistle. So I'm going to cheat on this one and use Krita's.
YouTube says, I'm back.
Welcome back, welcome back. We were just talking about creepy things we've seen and creepy sounds. I suggested the Hyrax and the Aztec death whistle. Then a parallel ruler. Then let's snap to assists.
I've not. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Ooh, I heard one of those before. Feraligator 2425 said, only hoping you saw my dumb doodle I made.
I did see it. I will take it into consideration next time you have a turn, but we're done with your turn for today. As you can see, I am being way too ambitious for where I am at today and trying to do some perspective on this character. Some heavy perspective on this character. Heavier than that. Dang it.
Ilyuriduk 24 said, Am I up next?
Yes, in fact, we are doing your turn right now. I'm gonna give you a couple more minutes because I haven't gotten much done.
Feraligator2425 said, "That's fair enough, I just thought I'd be good and at least give a general idea I had in my head."
That's cool, that's cool. Let's use the cheat to determine the middle. For those of you who don't know, you can always use a cheat to determine the middle of a rectangle in perspective by drawing lines through towards the edges, from one corner to the opposite corner, and that'll tell you where the middle is. I need to do this again.
YouTube says, "I'm very patient about my turn, so I'm calm."
Much appreciated, much appreciated. Excellent. Lurie, Duke, Sonic, EXE creature.
The Gold Recluse said, "I remember when I heard the Aztec death whistle for the first time, my mind immediately went to the ring wraiths in the LOTR movies."
Oh, that's such a cool sound. Yeah, for real, for real. Okay, so head's gonna be up here for sure. Followed by this down here.
I support grunge people said, "Hi Snooter."
Welcome back, I support grunge people. As you can see, we are out of request slots for today, but we have a raffle going on if you would like to enter it. Okay, so actually this is not right. This is not right. This is not right. I need to remember my anatomy. So halfway through a character is actually the bottom of the pelvis. Going by human anatomy, the bottom of the pelvis is half of the total length.
Lady Q said, "I should get some sleep for work, but I want to see if I win Ribme." I
I'm so
already bought a raffle
sorry.
ticket last stream.
Hey, remember Lady Goo, what I always say, real life comes first. Take care of yourself.
YouTube says, "Yeah, okay, that should work. I posted 2 IMGs."
Alright, that sounds good. Give me just a minute. I'm trying to get this perspective to work. This is really ambitious. Why did I do this?
I meant Manx, not Mangsy. How are you doing, Snooter?
I'm actually doing pretty good today. I'm feeling good. I went on a good run today. I hadn't been on a run much lately. I was taking it easy since I got back from the convention where I was fighting for 2 days straight. But yeah, that was fun. It was so fun to see everyone again and go out there and fight them. And I had bruises again, and I forgot how much I missed getting those bruises every weekend. But anyway, everyone's just like, "Oh yeah, you should go out more often." I'm like, "I don't live in the state anymore." And they're like, "Yeah, so?"
YouTube says, "One's a collage of 3 images, had to do that so it works." You see the comments, right? I support grunge people said, "Right now I'm at a skating rink."
Kinda. I do need to catch up with the chat. I actually missed a lot of what people were saying. So let me go ahead and pause the timer real quick and I'll try to catch up with the chat. So let me see here. The corpse is Azastaro Alfus's domain are those of Bean the Dynamite, Bark the Polar Bear, Fake Wolf, Carotia, Behringer, Wendy, Witchcart, Naugus, and her twin brother Walter Ixis Naugus, Tiara and the Manxie, Honey the Cat, Alkut the Orca, Thunderbolt the Chinchilla, Lord Mordred, Hood, and Scourge the Hedgehog. Those four are from Archie Sonic Comics, whom he all killed. And Manx, not Manxie. How are you? Am I doing? I already answered that. Thank you for the snoot boop.
I support grunge people just redeemed BOOP to snoot. For 5 points. Feraligator2425 said, I just noticed now that Shadow was booted from the server.
Yeah, we ran a poll, decided to give him one more chance, and he immediately broke it. Mao Deegan, where did you send the images to? Looking for them now. Oh, there it is. I see it now. You posted it on your YouTube community tab thing. I see it now. Okay, so it's the invincible pose. Got it, got it. So real quick, let me double check that the timer is paused. Yes, the timer is paused. Let me pull up yours real quick.
Iluriduk24 said, I meant Tyara the Manx, not the Tyara the Mangzi. YouTube says, yeah, same place as last time.
Okay, there we go. Open image in new tab, grab image, drag and drop. Insert as reference image.
Feraligator2425 said, wait, hey? What did Shadow do to just get yeeted into the void loudly crying face?
Shadow got yeeted so hard into the, Shadow Realm because, well, first of all, he's been posting repetitive questions for a very long time. Second of all, Shadow, posted something in the, well, first they posted something in the Discord that was much too close to basically asking, I'm pretty sure they were just basically asking for more drawings, even though their drawing wasn't done, and we've told them a million times, stop doing that. And earlier they posted, hey, check out this comic with this character, can you draw this, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, and Seribot instantly banned them. Like, Seribot took it on itself, and we're just like, yep, this is a sign from Twitch that, we're done. But no, for clarification, Shadow is Dark Kyle 2000, so I'm sure you remember Dark Kyle. We had the poll about it earlier, because I always like to listen to my community.
What about the comment about Azaztero Alpheus Realm?
I have to run an ad real quick, and then we're going to keep working on, not this one, on Ailuriduk's Sonic character.
Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points. Even for a final chance.
Yeah,
YouTube
no.
says, yeah, that's kinda a meme in the invincible stuff. Coco4 Coco Pix said, Shadow was Dark Kyle at Feraligator2425. Feraligator2425 said, guess being annoying doesn't get your point across.
That is a fact.
At Coco 4 Cocopics I know that. And you can say Kyle took their last breath insert Megalovania asterisk. I'm just saying that they couldn't last one last redemption.
Yeah.
Yet. Are you kidding me, Coco? YouTube says. So how far do you think Coco could have gone in the wheel if they kept going?
If they kept going, I think they would have gone over 50%. Coco's pretty good at saving up points. They have all of the best strategies for it.
Iluriduk24 said, Sonic.exe character. Kyle is deaf underage or something. Kyle is either that or a special needs, not like it's a bad thing, it's very obvious to me is all.
Yeah, and honestly, that's why we gave him so many chances.
Yet I remember Kyle saying they're autistic once.
Yeah, I remember that as well. I'm gonna make this entire section much bigger.
But like autism and I think some other brain problem. I'm autistic. Heavily might I add. With ADHD to boot alongside that. And I still can comprehend when I'm going too far.
Yeah. Well, we have to keep in mind some people are just, some people experience autism differently, and we can't judge one person by the standard of another. But we do have to keep the community a good place, a safe space, and not an irritating space. So it is unfortunate, but we have to do something about Kyle, and we did. It is distinctly possible that you're right. It is distinctly possible that Kyle was acting in bad faith and just didn't care. But it's also possible that Kyle just had a learning disability and was doing his best to act in good faith and couldn't. But either way, we have to take actions to protect the community.
Sometimes. Not all the time. At Coco 4 Cocopics Air I'm not as bad, but I swear I get too chill and make myself look bad at times.
Yeah, it's easy to let one's guard down. I have a ADHD and I get like super goofy if I'm unmedicated or tired or something. And it can get really annoying.
That's the only problem with me, I'm more a listener than a speaker most of the time.
Why isn't
Hey, as long as you can manage to correct yourself, you're fine. But Kyle has no excuses whatsoever.
Kyle ran out of excuses, yeah. Okay, for some reason I don't have the reference in here yet. I need to put that on the file before I close it. It is absolutely required.
Coco 4 Cocopics said, Kyle is the sole reason I despise freeloaders. Iluriduk24 said, ding. The pizza is ready.
Alright, let's go ahead and play an ad real quick and we'll move on to the next one.
YouTube says. I can't see that wheel, like 50% is taken up by one person, then two others own a big chunk of it, then there's the rest of them. YouTube says. What I mean is I can't wait to see it.
Looks like we had a hydrate from Lock the Epic a while ago. Let me go ahead and get that taken care of. Let me grab my water jug. Give it a little shake. Open it up. And get a drink. That is refreshing.
Astrid Thirdly just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Confirmed. You're at 3 raffle tickets now. Your chances of winning are 10%.
YouTube says. Calm.
For sure. So, wasn't there something I had to do real quick? Whatever it is, I can't think of it.
YouTube says. What's mine at percent?
3%.
YouTube says. I like those odds.
Fair enough.
Coco4CocoPix said, they always ask/demand for absurd things, and even when told no, they still persist constantly. Sometimes it isn't even as bad as a case as with Kyle. The worst case of freeloaders IMO are the ones that enter for specific free thing Bob, and when they don't win, they just dip out and remove all evidence that they even entered in the first place. Or maybe be lazy like those peeps that just spam enter every raffle in existence without a care in the world.
Yeah, like, Elijah Eldritch. Like, I've noticed they just jump around from stream to stream, asking for requests and then don't stick around.
YouTube says. Too bad I can't redeem points at.
Yeah, I'll try to get that fixed next time. I got this.
Coco4CocoPix said, that's a different thing, Snooter. Some peeps are just super busy. And that I understand. It's non-stream raffles I was primarily talking about. Like the ones you see on Twitter or someth.
That's cool, that's cool. didn't know that people do Twitter raffles or those kind of things. I should look into that.
Coco4CocoPix said, it's one of the reasons some artists have the rule of no raffle accounts being in their raffle rules for such stuff. 'Cause there are peeps that will just have raffles plastered all over their profile. I get wanting free stuff, but do you seriously have to revolve your entire account around it?
I didn't even know that was a thing. A raffle account, huh? I should see what those look like.
Feraligator2425 said, at Coco4CocoPix, I think it's funny you mentioned freeloaders, and I swear for a while in 2017 and a few after that I think I was doing that to other people online without really thinking about how people saw me for a good while.
Yeah, everyone has to learn, you know? Growth is a process that involves a lot of mistakes.
Lady Q said, I should get some sleep now. Good night. If I win, just give it to Coco. That who I was going to give it to.
Oh wow, so that means that Coco actually now has a... Oh, Lady Goo only has one, so that means Coco only has a 46% chance of winning. That's not that big of a change.
At least I didn't learn the hard way and got all my accounts destroyed.
I worry about that because I do something called favy thanks on DeviantArt. Like, favy thanks are very common. And I have like my stream and subscriber information posted in my favy thanks. And like this one guy I was watching and keeping up with and had like done a couple friendly comments on his stuff, and we'd like exchanged favorites and stuff, just blocked me out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the heck? And I was like wondering if it was potentially because of a favy thank. And I've had a couple people just complain to me about favy thanks, and that's why I've added the do not favorite list on my DeviantArt that people can add themselves to.
YouTube says, oh, I toughed, they were at 50%.
They were, and then other people bought more tickets. Every time someone else buys a ticket, their chance of success is going to go down.
Coco4CocoPix said, yeah, that's fair, Gatter. Honestly, I can understand the drive for wanting free stuff. Believe me, as I kid myself, I stole my parents' credit card whenever I wanted to sneakily try to buy something stupid on the internet because I wanted it so badly. I'm glad I'm way past that now.
Wow, yeah. We all have to learn.
Feraligator2425 said, I swear I've yet to get banned or something dumb on all my accounts without even a personal apology.
Yeah, no, like, that guy just banned me, just blocked me out of nowhere. After we'd, like, already been talking for a bit. No explanation. The only thing I can think of is just the Favy thanks, and it just makes me wonder how many other people have blocked me, no explanation, because of my Favy thanks. And like, that's really frustrating, because obviously I can't stop doing them. They're how I get people to my channel, and how I promote my DeviantArt and other things. It's like, y'all realize you're on DeviantArt, right? Favy thanks are kind of part of our culture. You know, and when I found out the hard way that, you know, you're not allowed to mention other people's streams on, like, Twitch streams. Like...
At Coco4 Cocopics Bro, that's way worse than what I did, which was just taking my DS back when I was grounded for it for the night.
I hated that. Like, the thing is, I feel like with parenting, I mean, you know, tangent here, hot take, I feel like with parenting, you need to have rapport built up for the punishments to mean anything. Otherwise, it's just a mean, poopy person, being mean to you. And like, if the child doesn't feel like they deserve it, they're not learning anything. They're just learning, wow, I hate this person, I'm gonna try to find a way to get away with it. And so I had to like keep my Game Boy hidden, because like my parent was just, she'd just come home in a bad mood and find like some crazy excuse to yell at me for something like that hadn't even occurred to me that could possibly be a problem. And it was just impossible. Like, that's the other thing. It has to be, for negative and positive reinforcement to work, it has to be possible for the subject to actually accomplish the things for which they are being punished for or rewarded for, you know, accomplishing or not accomplishing. And I just wasn't capable of it, so... And obviously, it's just impossible when you're dealing with someone with anger issues who just thinks that you did something wrong when really they're just angry and every little thing is bugging them and they need to take control back by taking it out on someone.
YouTube says, I don't even know what that means. Coco4 Cocopics said, bro, I'm in my 20s and I'm still getting my stuff taken from me by my mom of a sister because I don't follow one basic instruction. Well, not much anymore, but I was. Feraligator2425 said, at Das Snooter, most I can think about people blocking you for is because of some stuff you post being spooky scary, and I think there's only one folder you have that was probably PG-13 plus stuff for a game.
Really? Oh yeah, I mean, I do have that, like, that snake girl who has no shirt. There used to be, like, some more adult stuff, but I removed it. As I've mentioned, I'm like totally fine with doing adult commissions. It's just the...
YouTube says, the DeviantArt thing.
The DeviantArt thing. Was there more to that or some context? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. But, yeah. I don't know. I also got blocked from another Twitch streamer like several months ago because they started talking about people who are like annoying or have bad vibes. And like Andrew came to mind and I like started trying to defend him. Like without even mentioning him. I was just thinking of him. Being like, come on, you can't like
Thank you for the follow, Jack the Legend Shoutman.
Welcome, Jack the Legend Shoutman. As you can see, we are doing art requests today. We are working on Lady Goo right now. We're drawing his OC of a frost... what is it? Frost Demon? Frost Giant? Basically those Dragon Ball Z characters that Frieza is. And their character from, like, Xenosaga, probably.
YouTube says. Oh, that's what I don't know what it is. Jack Thelegent Shoutman just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points. YouTube says. I know what DeviantArt is, I don't know the thing you were talking about is.
Oh yeah, Fabi, thanks. Well, first we have... back of the line. Jack is already at the back of the line, so we're gonna redeem that one. And we have a Hail Hydrate, which is perfect timing because we have a ding. We are out of time on this one. I spent most of the time on the face and started on the clothes. Yes.
Feraligator 2425 said, I mean private 18 plus art is fine, even private comms you'll never post online anyways.
For sure. Like, DeviantArt already blocks minors from viewing it anyway, and like, yeah. I feel like that's the only standard that we can be expected to live up to, is the website automatically has that kind of stuff. Let me do the hydrate and grab my water jug and give it a little shake. Open it up. Get a little drink.
Jack Thelegent Shoutman just redeemed back of the line for 100 points. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, queue is full so I'm refunding that. Jack Thelegent Shoutman just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points. Jack Thelegent Shoutman just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, do I refund raffle ticket if they don't even have a request? Because ERQ said raffles are for active requests.
I suppose. I was saying the reason I described raffles as for active requests only is because I didn't want people using the raffles as an excuse to break Rule 3. I'm pretty sure it's Rule 3. I'm gonna double check. Channel open.
Feraligator 2425 said, I mean they could be like you and you offer your raffle slot for someone else.
Yeah, Rule 3. Yeah, I just didn't want people using the raffles as an excuse to break Rule 3, and that's why I phrased it that way. But it's fine to have a new request, but let's see if we're going to get a response. So, welcome to the stream, Jack the Legend Shoutman. As you can see, we do art requests. Would you like to place an art request today? And if so, I can add you to the list. Also, the raffle ticket goes towards a... Why did I write daily? A weekly raffle, which gives you 30 minutes of draw time on your art request. Be sure to read the rules before placing your art request, by the way. So, if you're interested in the raffle that you bought a ticket for, please let us know what your request is in the chat. And if you'd just like to hang out, that's cool too. Epic 6 minutes.
YouTube says. So you never told me what the thing is.
What the Favi thinks? Is that the thing you were asking about? The thing on DeviantArt? The Favi thanks? Walk the Epic. Sorry, I got a lot of conversations going on. I'm getting a little distracted. Here we go. Sally into Cozy Glow. Should be easy enough. Let's start the timer and get going.
YouTube says. Indeed. Lock the Epic 7 said, yo. Feraligator 2425 said, they probably were asking about the DeviantArt thanks thing.
Yeah, so the way that works is basically, you know how there's likes on YouTube and likes on Instagram and hearts. I think there are hearts on Instagram and likes on Facebook. There's something like that in DeviantArt. It's called favorites, and it adds it to a section on your DeviantArt profile called favorites. Oh, that is correct.
I personally don't get that much anymore since I deleted my posts.
Really? Huh. But, basically when someone favorites something of yours, it's part of the DeviantArt culture to post on their page. So, kind of posting on their profile. And to say, thank you for the favorite. So, I call it a favy thank. Like, I don't know what everyone else calls them, but like I call them favy thanks. And I include my like Twitch information and let them know I'm doing art requests. Most favy thanks just say thanks for the fave. Some of them will say something like check out my other work or something like that. Mine just has a picture of whatever thing they favorited and says, thanks for the fave. If you would like a subscription or a commission, you can go here. If you'd like if that's not in your budget right now and you would like some free artwork, click this free art button, which leads to an FAQ that tells them about my Twitch.
Should probably post again. I only deleted my posts because they were old and had stupid RP chains all over it, so I wanted to basically walk away from my old self.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you gotta do as part of growth.
Coco4CocoPix said, I don't really see those anymore on DeviantArt.
You don't see favy thanks anymore?
So I wouldn't call them a culture.
What? Well, I think they're a culture. I think they're an important part of the culture.
YouTube says. Okay, I could understand how Osmione might get upset by that. Coco4CocoPix said, I've favorites a bunch of stuff yet my profile doesn't have any thanks at all.
Really? That's strange. Because, like, I'll go to other people's profiles and they'll be covered in favy thanks, you know? I'm never the only one. That's the other thing. I try not to spam people. So
Feraligator2425 said, plus I don't want to see those dumb RPs I had since I'm 99% sure the person had a Mary Sue problem.
Yeah, that's why...
Those could also just be bots.
I prefer roleplays with, you know, numbers, stats, and rolls, rather than just saying, oh, well, I instantly dodge it. You know, for every single thing that happens.
Super Johnny 91 just redeemed front of the line for 500 points.
Quantifiable capabilities. But, I feel like I like the favy thanks because it's kind of like the community actually interacting with each other, you know? I spent more time on this face than I meant to. it's important to get the expressions right.
Feraligator 2425 said, the Mary Sue problem here was that she somehow was able to easily seduce her husband of choice like it's catching a Pokemon in a master ball. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, I mean I don't really do the favy thanks myself tbh. YouTube says, I'm back again and this time I'm so patient.
That's good to hear, that's good to hear. Welcome back, welcome back.
Didn't even know that was part of the culture.
Okay, so I'm thinking of doing some asymmetric transformations here. I need to make a decision now on which direction the transformation is going to go. Honestly, I'm thinking of putting a horse on the front side and human on the back side. So what would happen if I did it the other way? With human on the front side, there would be a bunch of details and hair and clothes over here, with the horse not showing up much. No, I am absolutely doing human on the back side, horse on the front side, and to remind myself of that, I'm going to move the references around so that the ponies are over here and the person is over here.
Feraligator 2425 said, I mean I have plenty of follow thanking and llama gifting.
Yeah, I also do the llamas, of course, but that's also part of my Super Johnny just got front of the line. Got it.
YouTube says, you're a good girl, my best friend. I get llamas sometimes. Super Johnny 91 said, I have redeemed myself to put front in the line.
Alright, that sounds good. I'm gonna run an ad real quick and then we're gonna get started with Super Johnny, and then we have just a couple left after that.
YouTube says, LOL, someone liked one of the invincible images. They're free to give, so I send some myself if / when I can. Feraligator 2425 said, I mean isn't the super llama somewhat free or wah? Yeah it is. Was just trying to remember. But you need to be gifted choir a bit of llamas.
Yeah, basically your llamas upgrade the more llamas you get.
Quite asterisk. YouTube says, hope we get to mine.
We're getting pretty close actually. So let me just double check.
Since I know there's more variants.
Oops, I haven't updated the queue list for a while. That should help people see what's going on.
Feraligator 2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Jack Thelegend Shoutman said, how are you?
I'm doing alright, just working, just keeping moving with my work. Jack the Legend.
Snooter said, welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. So if you are looking to get work started on your very own free art request, be sure to read the rules, and then comment your request into the chat. I've been working on story recently.
That's super cool. I used to write as well. I haven't done much writing though lately. Were you interested in placing a request today? Because I noticed you entered the raffle, but we don't have any requests from you.
Coco for Coco Pix said, they finally speak.
Aha. Yeah, so the raffle will give you 30 minutes of draw time on your request if you win it. If you don't want to enter the raffle, we can go ahead. Okay, I'll just wait.
Wait, is that preset messages?
Absolutely, I finally got some preset messages working. Woohoo!
Lock the Epic 7 said, I'ma stay in here, and if I get selected for the raffle ticket, what to choose, I can choose the Sally to Cozy Glow TF for the 30 minutes.
Actually, it has to be. Like I said, for the raffle, it's your active request, if you have an active request. If you're new and don't have an active request, then we can start a new one, but otherwise, Rule 3 still applies. For those of you who need a refresher, go ahead and check out my About page, particularly Rule 3.
That emote is so me. At Feraligator2425, yes, it's a preset that triggers for first-time chatters. Hey, thought that person was in chat earlier at Coco for Cocopics. First time doesn't trigger on redeems. Lest they were lurking and Snooter noticed. Jack Theligent Shoutman said, I actually do have a request.
Do tell. Be sure you read the rules first, because there's some limits on what requests that we can do. But once you're ready, go ahead and comment your request into the chat. I have already added you to the list.
It's a dragon.
Oh, we like dragons here, for sure, for sure. Sorry, my voice is getting a little sore tonight.
Lock the Epic 7 said, thanks, I was just wondering. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Coco for Coco Pix said, at Feraligator2425, Emma explode in your face.
Exploding puppies,
Feraligator2425 said, no. I wanted to explode loudly crying face. Coco for Coco Pix said, at Jack Theligent Shoutman dragon mentioned. Jack Theligent Shoutman said, it's actually OC.
That sounds cool. If you would like to, you can join our Discord, which should be listed in the pinned message. I should probably get an exclamation point Discord command working. But yeah, you can join our Discord and post a reference to it in there. If Discord is giving you trouble, then let us know. We have other ways we can receive the references you send.
Vibing. Lock the Epic 7 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Snooter said, vibing. Coco for Coco Pix said, watch it be a Digimon. I'm only hoping I can be properly awake for the request roulette, name pending.
I like that name. I like that name a lot.
YouTube says, Mao is still here.
Heck yeah. Wait, did I not start the timer on this one? Oh no. did I? Okay, well, it's probably been about 2 minutes. I don't want to keep people waiting, so 1, 2.
At Coco 4 Cocopix funny if it was a Elder Dragon. Lock the Epic 7 said, you forgot.
Yeah, it was probably about 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna shave 2 minutes off the time. And hope that's accurate.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
For sure. You can tell it's getting late because I'm starting to forget things.
Coco 4 Cocopix said, at Faraligator 2425 funny you say that when I actually have an Elder Dragon bean. I kinda do too, but it's a primordial Malzeno.
We have a Discord boop. Let me pause real quick and take a look. I'm gonna run an ad while I'm doing that. Not request references.
For me it's Skeledurg.
Okay, it looks like you got onto the server just fine. The channel we use for requests is called Request References Here. Thank you for joining our server. Like I said, you're already added to the list.
I should make another character from one of my favorite elders. YouTube says. YouTube gets ad-free LOL.
Lol. Yeah, for real. To be fair, I think a lot of Twitch is getting ad-free right now after a certain streamer decided to start a war with another certain streamer because that streamer was saying opinions that the other streamer didn't like. He decided to make a big scene about it, and now Twitch has not had as many advertisers as they used to, and it's kind of caused an adpocalypse that has affected all of us because those two had beef with each other. So yeah, it's very frustrating. And another
Fun
one of
fact, I like the Megala Duo and Narc Arcos.
Yeah.
Lock the Epic 7 said, Imma actually go, because it's 10:34 p.m. But you can send in the WIP after stream W.
Alright, that sounds good. I actually have a dedicated section in the Discord for works in progress, so I can post it there. Let me know if you'd like it somewhere else, but I might be a little busy and might not have time to post it elsewhere, but feel free to let me know. Fluff knows I have a lot going on this week.
I joined the Discord BTW.
Excellent, Lock the Epic. Then you will definitely be seeing your work in progress in the work in progress section of the Discord.
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, I putting up a reference sheet. I can't draw so I'm using a reference.
The struggle is real.
Stream Elements said, hey, did you know you can get more off-stream draw time? Coco 4 Cocopix said, I don't see the WIP section in the Discord. I'm probably blind though.
What? I could have sworn I posted it. There it is. Yeah, I found it. It's locked. Can you not see it? Let me try tagging you. Wow, I can't tag you in it. That's interesting. I wonder if I messed up the options and made it so people can't see it. Remind me to fix that after the stream is over. if you can.
Only you can see it if it's private.
It's not supposed to be private, it's just supposed to be locked so other people can't post in it. Like, the whole point is that everyone can see their whips. It's supposed to be like the announcement channel. Only I post in it, but everyone should be able to see it.
And since there's no roles, nobody but you can see it.
Yeah, sorry everyone, I'm not very good at Discord, so we're still figuring some things out.
Feraligator2425 said, if I was mod I could easily fix it tbh. Jack Thulligent Shoutman said, don't have drawing experience yet so putting reference down if that's okay.
That's fine, that's fine.
You probably forgot to enable the permission to view the channel. That and message history, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just don't allow anyone to text in it other than you. Missamachan just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Thank you, Mushkin. Appreciate Mushkin. Okay, deep breaths. Keep going.
So wait, who's left here?
On the list we have Super Johnny that we're working on now, Dino Lover after that, and then we have 3 new people, 2 of which are from YouTube. One is M. Young, the other is Mao Deegan, and then we have a new person from Twitch who is Jack the Legend.
Coco4CocoPix said, at Feraligator2425 I made a suggestion for general roles and stuff, but Snooter hasn't had the time to do that yet.
Yeah.
It's rough when you're new to Discord and stuff and just can't quite tell what does what yet.
Yeah, there's several things I have to finish this week, and one of it, which that's going to have to be the priority, is getting the point system working on YouTube.
Okay, so altogether maybe a little bit over 30 minutes.
We got a ding. Next on the list is Dino Lover. We got a bloop. Let's take a look. Not here, not here. I have no idea where that bloop is from, which infuriates me. I hate when I can't find where bloops are from on Discord.
At Coco4CocoPix, well, I'm semi-new to it, but I know the gist of most of the stuff you can do with the server and roles. Super Johnny 91 said, my work here is done. Y'all have a good night and see you next Friday. Have a nice weekend.
Take care, Super Johnny. Take care.
Coco4CocoPix said, there's a way to tell who can view the channel. See ya. If you pull up the members list and go into a channel, only the people that can see the channel will be displayed in the member list. Feraligator2425 said, isn't there a button to press to preview what the chat looks like via certain roles? And if you only see yourself, then only you can access the channel. At Feraligator2425, yeah, that's mod view. Well, that should help with figuring out what a role would do once it's implemented.
Make sure the timer is started. It's not started. Start. There we go. Coco4CocoPix said, I have my own Discord server so I can always share the settings I have if Snoots needs them. YouTube says, I'm still here. That's good to hear.
YouTube says, same.
That's good to hear. We have about 2 minutes left on this one, and then we're starting on M. Young's turn.
Stream Elements said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on Ko-Fi? Basic boopers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week. Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Jack Thelegend Shoutman said, just getting my reference done before post.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, seems like we spent the whole time struggling to get this flame hair to work. I might actually mess with it a little bit on the off stream just so we're not dealing with it next time we come on stream.
The Gold Recluse said, ding, apple pie.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and run an ad and then we'll move on to M. Young. Alright, M. Young, being a first-time viewer, gets a full 10 minutes of draw time for their first request. Let's see what we can get done in that time.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, might try to stream again, but I gotta figure out what's crashing / restarting my apps.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Dino Lover 42 said, did I miss my request?
Yeah, we just worked on it a bit ago. We just finished your turn like a minute or two ago. We spent the turn working on the hair and trying to get that to work. Cause what is it? Asmodeus has that like flame hair thing that I forgot to do, and I'm trying to add that. And was having a bit of trouble with it, but I only had 5 minutes to work on it. So yeah. If you would like, I can post a request, I can post a work in progress update in the Discord once I get my work in progress section fixed. This is way too much detail for an undersketch.
Dino Lover 42 said, I missed it due to internet issues. Can you
I'm
send
sorry
me
to
the
hear
image
that.
to my Discord, please?
I will
I
do
just want
that.
to know.
I will do that. No problem. Fun fact, it sounds like the TTS doesn't read announcements out loud. That's one way to find that out.
Dino Lover 42 said, okay, thanks.
No problem, no problem.
YouTube says. So will I get more time next time you go live?
That is correct. However, since you will no longer have the first timer bonus, you will have to be one of the first 10 viewers to comment in the chat to grab a 5-minute slot. And if you don't manage to get in before the first 10 viewers, you can always join the raffle. Presuming I get the points fixed for next time, which I should be able to do.
YouTube says. Okay.
Yeah. So we just keep on working on it bit by bit until it's done, and then once that one is done, you can just do another request and keep on going and keep doing that indefinitely. But remember, one request at a time. Your first request has to get finished before we start on any others.
YouTube says. How often do you go live?
Every Friday. I don't have a consistent time that I go live, which is why another reason I suggest joining the Discord. The reason I don't have a consistent time when I go live is because I have a sleep disorder. It's called non-24-hour syndrome. I'm doing my best to find some treatments to maybe cure it, but it's not going very well. And of course I've had this condition my whole life, so, you know, that's what I've been living with. But yeah, because of that, I am awake at completely different... Oh no. I'm awake at completely different hours every week. So, because of that, I cannot stream at the same time because, you know, I'm awake at completely different hours. I don't always know what those hours are going to be until it's closer to the date, so I always post something about it in announcements, like at least the day before, if not before that.
YouTube says. Live. YouTube says, go turquoise white horns. Thanks for the 1 bits fluffy lart 1 sta.
Okay, so we got a couple things going on here right now.
Jack Theligen Shoutman said, done. Jack Theligen Shoutman just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
Oh man, everything is going off all at once. Oh no, hold on.
YouTube says, baby. Fluffy Lart 1 sta just redeemed 10 minutes bonus time for 2,000 points. The Gold Recluse said, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
Very good, very good. Alright, let me try to catch up with the redeems real quick.
Sorry for the wait. YouTube says. Darn it, I didn't do all of them. YouTube says. I'm back and is that white fang? Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Okay, just a second. I am catching up with the raffle redeems. Lock the epic.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, wheel went bye bye. And now it's back. Hap John said, hello.
Hello, Hap John.
YouTube says. Mine shouldn't be that hard, a simple character, haha.
For sure, for sure. Okay, so now to respond to everyone so to Fluffy Aladvista and Hap John. As you can see, we have run out of request slots for today. The last people on the list are the newcomers who just get their little newcomer bonus thing. After that, we have the Forgotten Whip. If you would still like to try to get some work done on your request today, you can always take your chances with the raffle and try to win the 30 minutes. As you can see, we have 15 raffle tickets to Coco, 5 to For Alligator. Let me organize these first. There we go. Coco has 15 tickets, Lock the Epic has 6 tickets, For Alligator has 5 tickets, Astrid has 3 tickets, Misa has 2 tickets, Mater has 1 ticket, Lady Goo has 1 ticket, Nicola has 1 ticket, Mao Deegan has 1 ticket, Video Game Andrew has 1 ticket, and Jack the Legend has 1 ticket. So, yes, that is where we are at. I also have to go deal with something for my roommate right now in the middle of my stream, so unfortunately I'm going to have to BRB, and once I get back we are going to be starting on Mao Deegan's turn. And then we will work on Jack the Legend Shoutmon's turn, then we will do the Forgotten Whip phase, and after that we will do the weekly raffle. I will be back as soon as I can. Sorry for the inconvenience, everyone.
YouTube says. YouTube says. If I had points I would have way more tickets. Feraligator 2425 said, Coco is a wall gremlin. This is news to me. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, at Feraligator 2425. YouTube says, don't say that or Coco will buy up more of the wheel. I need to draw a cheese slap emote OMG. YW for the idea LOL. Astrid Thirdly said, who was that? Who was what? Too late Deegan. Coco 4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. The YouTube username? It's actually TDS on YouTube. YouTube says, Coco's going to buy the whole thing, oh no. They can hear us and we can hear them. The TDS doesn't like YouTube display names. True. YouTube says, facts. Astrid Thirdly said, that. YouTube says, Mao Deegan. I don't see who was message. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, I can see you Deegan. Feraligator 2425 said, anyways where'd Snooter go? I'm in your walls Deegan. Did she take a break? And in everyone else's walls. YouTube says, Mao Deegan 2028. She had to be RB. The Gold Recluse said, somewhere. I'm just taking her on a tour throughout the Shadow Realm. The gold recluse said, "This kind of reminds me of a story. There were these two guys who escaped a loony bin. They were jumping from rooftop to rooftop. How about you make a Twitch account so you can actually redeem raffle tickets, Deegan?"
Alright, everyone. I'm back. Hopefully. The heck? Why didn't my Twitch respond? There we go. Let's catch up with what happened in the chat while I was gone.
YouTube says, "Whoa, they're back, cool."
Yeah.
Hap John just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Astrid Thirdly said, "Snoot, who is YouTube?"
Okay. Wall Gremlin. This is news to me.
Coco4CocoPix said, "Astrid Thirdly peeps on the YouTube side of the stream." The TDS will just say YouTube regardless of display name.
Which is a shame.
YouTube says, "Be sure you color him." I wonder if Snooter has noticed my presence there.
Yes, I did.
Feraligator2425 said, "You're a ghost probably."
Hap John did a raffle ticket. Let me go ahead and add that.
Missamachan said, "Hey dearest Snooterkins, I think I will need help on the commission before I can do more X.X.
Oh no, dear Zil. What are you having trouble with? M. Young, we will color him when we get to the point where it's time to color him. As of now, we've finished doing 10 minutes on your request, which is all you get for your first-time viewer bonus time, and you will have to come back next week for us to continue working on it.
Shading and highlights X.X.
Remember, I stream every Friday, and you can join the Discord to get updates on what time I'm planning to stream. Coco, if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could post the Discord link in the YouTube again. I wonder if we can do pinned comments in the YouTube. That'd be cool. So now we're moving on to the next person's turn. That would be, let me look at the list. Mao Deegan is next, followed by Jack the Legend.
Coco4CocoPix said, "Good, cuz if you forgot and put me on the list again, I might have to actually send the Snooter to the Shadow Realm for reals."
Oh no, it's not for reals.
Feraligator2425 said, "Wait, I'm guessing the raffle is soon." Hap John just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Soon is somewhat relative.
Yeah, you should be able to do pinned comments in YouTube.
Yeah. We'll have to figure that out at some point. Alright, so this is an anthropomorphic character in this pose. So what we have is a rectangle going further away from the viewer.
YouTube says. Indeed. And nah, I'm not gonna out myself on the tube. I don't want the peeps there to know who I am. Feraligator2425 said, "Are you Mr. Beast?" If I was, I wouldn't be complaining about not being able to stream because of a shoddy phone.
Alright, Maldegan, we are on your turn. So as you all can see, we have... Oh, you can't see because I haven't updated it. We have Maldegan, then we have Jack the Legend Shoutmon, then we have the Forgotten Whip section. So that's about 50 minutes. About 50 minutes before we start, 50 minutes before we start the raffle. So less than an hour. All things considered, it's probably going to be an hour, considering how this usually goes. Detail sketch.
YouTube says. Big mood considering I used to be in that type of scenario. Coco4CocoPix said, anyway Emma attempt to gain the power of motivation by listening to a 1-hour-long Bury the Light remix /HJ.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm going to try to keep from yakking because I tried having a little granola bar snack in between while I was on break just now. And I was like, you know, I'm still hungry, I'm gonna grab another. And then after I'd already eaten the first one. So then I open up my Tupperware of homemade granola bars and notice that one of them has mold on it. I'm like, okay, I'll throw that one away. And then I check the rest of them, and they all have mold on them. And then I'm just like, I just ate one of these. Uh-oh. I'm in danger.
Hap John just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. The Gold Recluse said, "Did it taste kind of funny?"
No more so than usual. I don't exactly make them to taste good. I make them to be healthy and have an anti-inflammatory snack that I can eat.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, "Welp, time to pack my Phoenix ups." Gotta prepare for when the snooter kicks the bucket because they ate a bad granola bar.
Yep. Now's your chance to take my kingdom.
I will do your art requests in your honor. 07.
Good luck. There's a lot of them.
You underestimate how fast I work and the fact that I specifically abuse the symmetry tool.
I use it too. I just try to challenge myself on a lot of these. Like, I want some of them to be easy and use the symmetry tool. I want some of them to be really tough and for me to have to draw them without the symmetry tool. And challenge myself and improve my skills.
The Gold Recluse said, "Ah. Maybe mold is different depending on what food it is? I've eaten moldy pasta before, unintentionally. I didn't realize it was moldy until I tasted it. It has a super distinct taste. I think if your granola bar didn't taste any different than they usually do, you'll be fine." That's my hope, anyway.
I don't think you understand how bad these things usually taste.
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, "Looks like a mark but is a furry."
Exactly. Something like that. Okay, I'm gonna go look at the references real quick. Oh, I guess we're out of time, but I still want to look at the references real quick.
What a fool you are.
The Gold Recluse said, "I have a vague idea. I did try eating a healthier bar once. Never again." Coco 4 Coco Pix said, I recently discovered that you can use the symmetry tool to make perfect shapes by only doing one line.
Uh-huh. Okay, I think we are actually pretty far on this one. At this point, I just need to make another layer for the the patterns, because, you know, there's a lot of fur patterns, and after that's done, I think we're actually ready to start lining. Let me just do this real quick.
Jack the Legend Shoutman said, already done reference.
Alright. Next up is Jack the Legend, and I'm gonna need that reference. Let's see if you sent it to me on Discord. Yes. Jack the Legend Jackson. I'm just going to put these details down. Tail blade with a sword-like tail with the markings on sword. Front shoulder markings with symbols. Jackson has a scar on his left. Eye color blue. Dark scales, dark gray underbelly, purple gray wings. The frills going along the back. Okay. Let me go ahead and make a text layer and start getting this information down.
YouTube says, looks great.
Thank you. I look forward to finishing it. I look forward to seeing you next week so we can finish it. I think yours is going to get done much faster than everyone else's because yours is very simple. And a lot of people have very complicated ones that take like months and months to finish. And I think yours is going to be done in like 2 to 3, maybe 4 streams.
Jack the Legend Shoutman said, it's in Discord.
Yes, I believe I have found it. Tail blade, enter, markings, dark, is, slightly, river, save.
YouTube says, never know I could even win the raffle.
Ain't that a fact, ain't that a fact. What the heck?
Coco for Coco Pix said, in essence, this is just a spiral like OC, which in case, it would have just been better if Jack used a F2U base, since a lot of the free base packs have details like those. They'd just have to color the markings and other stuff themselves.
Huh. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get started on it. Tail blade has a sword-like tail with markings on sword, straight shoulder markings with symbols. Jackson has a scar on left eye. Eye color blue, dark scales, dark green underbelly, purple, dark gray wings. Frills going along his back to his head that look like mohawk, like this one. Okay, and then his horns were slightly down, but tip horn was curved up like that one. Scene will be a river looking at reflection of himself. Let's start with the background, huh? And let's get the timer going, and also let me make sure my music is continuing to go.
What does Snoots not knows exactly? Coco4CocoPix said, are you referring to F2U bases? If so, F2U means free to use. Basically build a bear, but digital art.
That's cool, that's cool. Yeah, I don't really do bases for requests anymore. Because, like, every one of these requests, well, at least most of them anyway, need to be something I can post to my gallery and can show to others and be like, this is what it will look like if you spend money to commission me or come to my Twitch and get a free request. And bases reflect poorly on me, or at least don't reflect what I can do, you know? And that's why I don't use them. And no longer do base requests.
Jack Theligent Shoutman just redeemed 1 minute bonus time for 500 points.
Okay. 1 minute has been added. Confirmed. Thank you for the redeem.
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, I have a Persian cat.
That is awesome. Persian cats are very adorable.
Coco4CocoPix said, well, I didn't mean that you'd do a F2U base as a request. I just meant they could have used one that's freely available. There's tons of F2U Dragon bases on DeviantArt that have tons of options.
Perhaps
my favorite
right.
has to be the WOF base that has 100 options. It's not F2U, but it's only $5.
Perhaps you're right, but that wouldn't have led him to our wonderful little community here where we can all go through the process together. Here I am drawing dinosaur bones, like, as if that's gonna matter.
Coco4CocoPix said, fair, but most of my own OCS were originally made through the usage of a free base or just general free art I got. Yet I still have been requesting them. The only exception I think is Skell and Ton.
Yeah, I can see why people use them. I just can't use them for, the reasons I mentioned.
Astrid Thirdly just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. YouTube says. I mean, my stuff was literally made in MS Paint lol. Jack the Legend Shoutman said, I hope the reference is fine.
Yeah, I can work with this, no problem.
This is actually a Spyro story.
That's cool, that's cool. Do you want to give us a little synopsis of your story? Why do I have no idea what this looks like?
It called The Legend of Spyro, Heart of a Dragon.
Okay.
Coco4CocoPix said, Miss Paint is outdated these days. Fun to use if you wanna challenge yourself to use an art program that doesn't have layers though. But nowadays you have free art programs like Krita, Ibis, Clip Studio, and Photopea, which is a browser program.
There's also Magma and Draw Pile. If you want to draw with others and collaborate.
And if you wanna draw with other peeps, there's Magma. YouTube says. I mean, MS Paint has layers now, I'm pretty sure.
Is there a new MS Paint that actually has layers? Dang. Call the presses.
Jack the Legend Shoutman said, hope the colors are fine in this reference. Yet and also
so.
Draw Pile, but that's not used much often.
Apparently.
YouTube says. It doesn't have layers. YouTube says. I'm looking at it and it does. I forget about the necklace reference. YouTube says. I used it to trace that soy jocks for the meme. For him.
One, two.
YouTube says. Current Miss Paint doesn't have layers. Only Pro does. Jackson has necklace on him. Kinda forgot about it.
Alright, go ahead and send me a reference for that. Or describe it in chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
YouTube says. Don't know what you're on about. I'm on MS Paint right now and it has a layers tab. YouTube says. Not when I use it. YouTube says. Pro version has layers.
We're gonna run an ad real quick, and then we're gonna get started with the Forgotten Whip section.
YouTube says. Not regular/standard. YouTube says. Well, I don't think I have the Pro Verison.
Okay, so for those of you who are new, what this section is the Forgotten Works in Progress. So as I've done this over the years, we have a bunch of people stopping in and starting like requests that get almost finished just to like disappear and never redeem any time. So the oldest work in progress gets time that it gets worked on. And right now we're working on one for Living Doodle that is very old, and we're going to be spending half an hour on it. The base time is 10 minutes, and we had 2 people add redeems to it, which adds 10 more minutes each. So that comes out to half an hour. Once this is done, once this half an hour Forgotten Work in Progress segment is done, we're going to start the raffle. So remember, if you want to claim your prize, you have to still be here when the raffle starts. The rules are, once we declare who a raffle winner is, they have 3 minutes to comment into the chat and claim their prize. Or we move on to the next spin.
YouTube says. You get the Pro version for free for the first month you install Misspaint. Feraligator2425 said, when was the time redeems able to add to the whip art? Jack Theligent Shoutman just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
It's called the Forgotten Whip Redeem. It should still be there actually.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, at Feraligator2425 since forever ago? It's been a thing for a long while now.
Yeah, I've actually been posting a lot of artwork in the I've actually been finishing a lot of art. I've actually been finishing a lot of works in progress and posting them lately. I'm thinking of making a gallery folder for my Forgotten Whips. For all of the works in progress that get finished with this segment on Twitch. I think it's working out really well, because like I need to get more finished requests done, and these ones that are like nearly done are the perfect ones to work on to get more content to be able to upload. Oh, sorry, my voice is really starting to die tonight. But we don't have much longer, so I'm trying to tough it out.
Feraligator2425 said, hi, guess it was a rarity to see it.
Yeah, people don't generally want to use it because that's more time. Because if they use the Forgotten Whip bonus, that's more time in between waiting for... That's more time they have to wait for the raffle to start, and even before the raffle, like, it wasn't adding minutes to their requests, so a lot of people just forgot about it. But it does kind of benefit all viewers in the end, because next up on the list for Forgotten Whip is actually Dirkman 2. So eventually we're going to be getting to the point where we're working on Forgotten Works in Progress for people who are active viewers. So like, say for example, if Dirkman 2 were here, he could just spend like, 10 points? Let me check. Yeah, instead of spending 2,000 points to get 10 minutes bonus time, he could just spend 10 points to get 10 minutes bonus time on his work in progress. So technically, by using the Forgotten Whip section, it benefits everyone. Eventually. At least it benefits you if you have a very complicated one that has taken quite a while, because we actually finished Foxy Fox's art request in a recent work in progress, because that one was taking forever. Because there were 3 different characters in it before I put the character limit.
Coco4CocoPix said, I am halfway through obtaining the power of motivation.
Oh dang, that's definitely one way to put currently still procrastinating.
Stream Elements said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO-Fi? Basic Boopers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week. Coco4CocoPix said, what can I say? I am the typhoon that is impending.
It would seem so, it would seem so.
YouTube says, actually, it's I am the storm that is approaching.
Actually, haha. I really hope we finish the lining tonight. That'd be good.
Coco4CocoPix said, you fool, I am beyond that. Astrid Thirdly said, wait, who won the raffle?
We haven't done the raffle yet. We're doing the Forgotten Whip, which stands for Forgotten Work in Progress.
I didn't see its smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. YouTube says. Dang, guess Coco is truly boundless. Oh. Feraligator 2425 said, this is a whip piece. Soon though. The Gold Recluse just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Gold Recluse, I don't think I have you on the list at all.
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, I updated my reference of the necklace.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Much appreciated. I'm gonna run an ad real quick and then keep working on the whip.
Jack Theligent Shoutman just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
I'm not sure if the ad interrupted that or not, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a boop again. Okay, I don't know why that didn't work.
Coco4CocoPix said, I think Snoots is so epic that they forge your gold is a sub and has an active request. I think. The Gold Recluse said, it was lit up and I went for it. It was out of stock before. Is it a case needing to sign up / have a reference?
I'm confused. What do we say? I'm confused. What are we talking about?
No, it's a cooldown thingy.
Yeah, I did increase the cooldown of raffle tickets to once every 2 minutes, so for those of you wanting to get last second ones, better, you're running out of minutes to get them.
I'm confused too. Don't mind me, my work night is almost over and I'm tired. Jack Theligent Shoutman just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points.
We have a Hail Hydrate. Let me grab my water jug. Give it a shake. Open it up.
Feraligator 2425 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Very refreshing. Alright, 2 minutes till the next raffle ticket can be bought.
Feraligator 2425 said, last one for now. I believe I gotten about 4 now.
I count 6.
Coco4CocoPix said, honestly, to make it more fair, maybe just make it so peeps can only redeem it once and that it makes it so peeps like me can't just spam it for an easy win all the time.
Well, I mean, what would give you extra points that everyone else doesn't have access to? So it's fair in that sense, but I am thinking that I might want to do 2 raffles per stream and have one of the raffles just be a random user regardless of how many raffle tickets they bought.
Coco4CocoPix said, that works too IG.
Yeah, I mean, is there any advantage you have that other people don't? Like, I feel like the Gold Recluse is the only person who has an advantage right now because they're my only subscriber right now.
Feraligator2425 said, either that or at most you can use it 5 times within a 5-minute interval.
I'm not sure Twitch will let me make it that complicated, but we'll see. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good tonight, and I'm very tempted to do a double raffle. We'll see how I feel in like 15 minutes. My voice is just doing real badly is all.
Coco4CocoPix said, I can easily change that by gifting a sub to everyone in chat.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't change the advantage now, because it's too late for them to build up points, because they only get a 1.2 bonus, remember? They would need time to accumulate points, but yes, that would absolutely change the balance in later raffles.
Who knows? You wouldn't dare. Hap John just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Coco4CocoPix said, if I wasn't saving up for a streaming PC, I'd dump 50 gifted subs RN.
That'd be so cool, but yeah, you definitely need to save up for a gaming PC. That's very important. Not only that, you could also do streaming. Hmm. We lost the music again.
Coco4CocoPix said, I still have bits too that I still have from the time when you could get them for free.
There was a time you could get bits for free? That's news to me. I'm actually done lining the foreground. That makes me happy. That makes me very happy.
Yet. You could get them for free by watching ads. But they removed that system for some stupid reason.
Yeah, Twitch certainly hasn't been very ad-friendly lately. So, I don't think they have the advertiser platform that they used to.
Probably because you could get 1000 bits from ads back then.
That is a lot. Also, people were probably using bit miners.
$1K from one single end, mind you. Add asterisk. But getting that was pretty rare. Bit miners couldn't work because you were limited to 10 free bit ads per day. Irk.
Gonna run another ad real quick, and I'm gonna try to reset my playlist. Looks like we might finish all of the lining tonight, and I'm very excited for that.
Channel points used to be able to be mined though. But they thankfully patched that years ago. The Gold Recluse said, "All I can imagine is, Twitch, watch ads, you'll get bits, viewers, watches ads. Twitch, surprised Pikachu face."
You know, like, where's the lie? Like, what did you expect us to do?
Coco4CocoPix said, the points system was new at the time, but you used to be able to gain channel points regardless if the streamer was live or not. And watch streak was also busted in terms of the gain as well. Counted offline and online as separate streams.
That's hilarious.
Meaning peeps could get 100k channel points in a single week. Nowadays that's at like 2.5k-ish per week if the streamer streamed every day. Feraligator2425 said, that makes sense if a streamer has a ridiculously big point redeem. Like it million plus. Coco4 CocoPix said, it would take an entire year of farming points to redeem anything close to 1M+. That's probably the point. You gotta bother coming to a stream for a year. Yet. Except that Twitch still has a little bite-off and oversight in the channel point system. Stream Elements said, hey, did you know you can get more off-stream draw time per dollar by subscribing on DeviantArt? Basic boopers, $5 gets you 25 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 60 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 175 minutes of draw time per week. And because of it, I could theoretically, under the perfect circumstances, have infinite channel points in any channel. Coco4 CocoPix said, but it heavily relies on a bit of RNG. Feraligator2425 said, at Snooter I know I'm not gonna do it now, but if I ever do you about possible commission, how would you want to be paid?
PayPal. PayPal is best, Ko-fi is second best. It's all because of how much that each platform takes, and Twitch takes the most, DeviantArt takes the second most, and Ko-fi takes the least. I think PayPal technically takes less.
The Gold Recluse said, I'm reminded of a time when a streamer I follow had a fan stream. They kept it going while the streamer was offline, and it played VODs from the streamer's past broadcasts on loop. I wonder if that was even legal at the time.
Good question. I'm not sure.
At the Gold Recluse, that's just restream. Hapjohn just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Feraligator2425 said, well, I don't exactly have PayPal, but as long as I can link my card to an account it probably doesn't matter what money service I use.
I posted the Ko-fi commissions page that I use. This is what I use the most. It takes the least amount of money. Technically, if someone pays me through PayPal directly, it might take less, but I've only gotten that to work a couple times and it was a little bit inconvenient. Gonna run an ad real quick.
It used to be a Twitch feature, but they removed it since it eventually just became redundant. The Gold Recluse said, "Ah, okay. I was a newbie at the time so I was so confused."
And I think that's good enough. Alright. I think it is finally time to do the request raffle. Let's go. Hey, are any of my homies from YouTube still there? Give a shout out if you're still there.
Feraligator2425 said, "Also I believe I have an account on Ko-fi I've just yet to have put in my card to be able to pay."
Zybird Dragon also did a raffle ticket. Alright, alright.
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, "I put in raffle in." YouTube says, "Indeed." Cyberdragon34 just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points.
Alright, Mao, since you stuck with us this whole time and were such a good viewer, I'm just gonna give you 3 more raffle tickets. 1, 2, 3. And don't worry, we'll get that. I'll do my best to get that points on YouTube thing sorted out for next week. But yeah, because of my sleep disorder, I don't know when my stream is going to be next week, so definitely join the Discord and pay attention to the announcements channel, where I will be making announcements about what time I expect the streams to be. Alright, here we go. We are going to have today's
The Gold
request
Recluse said,
roulette.
"I hope I don't win. I don't have any idea what I want for it." Astrid Thirdly said, "I'm here."
We just
Where is
continue on your active request, Gold Recluse. Like, we don't start a new one. We work on your current one. Oh man, I should edit that,
Coco4
filter.
Coco Pix said, "I don't really have a card to put into anything." Nice Sue. Jack Theligent Shoutman just redeemed Hail Hydrate.
Well,
For
that's
5
frustrating.
points.
Oh well, I'll figure that out at some other time. We have
Jack Theligent Shoutman said, "PLA."
even
Also
one
I
more
noticed
to
you have a
Coco.
late breakfast sometimes.
And a Hail Hydrate. So let me grab my water jug. Give it a little shake.
The Gold Recluse said, "Woo." Coco4 Coco Pix just redeemed raffle ticket for 100 points. Feraligator2425 said, "Stop it Coco loudly crying face."
Alright, so I am closing the raffle in about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raffle tickets are no longer available. Alright, here we go. Let's give it a spin and see who wins today. I think we have a good idea who it's going to be, but you never know.
Coco for Coco Pix said, never.
No way! Did you see how close it was? Did you see how close it was to landing on Coco? Did you see that? So, remember how this works. If you get called with the prize, you have 3 minutes to claim your prize. So lock the epic. Are you here? Let's start the timer. Let's start the timer. 3 minutes. Start the timer. And I'm going to go ahead and make an announcement in the announcements channel.
Maybe there should be a rule to not do raffle the moment the wheel comes up. Jack the Legend Shoutman said, congrats. Cyberdragon34 said, wow. Astrid Thirdly said, congratulations Firework Sparkler. Feraligator 2425 said, GGS. Coco for Coco Pix said, sadly Locke is sleepy. Uh-oh. So is someone tired? Someone wake Locke. Irk, they said they had to go to sleep or bye bye. I thought they had to go to bed for a doctor's appointment. Might have been someone else.
Alright, well, that is true, but just in case, we're gonna give them the extra 1 minute and 30 seconds like I promised. I'm gonna try to run an ad real quick. I failed to run an ad real quick. In the meantime, what are everyone's plans after stream? Do tell, do tell.
Feraligator 2425 said, 6-hour stream I just noticed.
Yeah, that did go longer than I meant for it to.
I love failing to run an ad. Coco for Coco Pix said, a long 12-hour nap. The Gold Recluse said, gonna go home and maybe work on coloring my picture some more.
That's awesome. Once you finish it, or once you care to share it, you should share it in the open art channel on the server. Oh yes, I see you already have been sharing art. I love the fan art you've been doing. Thank you so much. It's very appreciated. Honestly, I've been considering I should get like a little slideshow thing going on my stream that shows off the fan art while I'm on break. Alright, Lock the Epic is out of time. Let me make an announcement and then we will re-roll.
YouTube says, gotta sleep. Cyberdragon34 said, passing out. Or game. I was planning on drawing art of my very first OC I ever made, might even make a cute art piece alongside it. I'll share it, but it might make you cry. Thank you much.
That sounds good. That sounds good. It's so good to hear everyone working on their art, and it is also good to hear people who are actually going to go to sleep at healthy hours. Those are both very good things to hear. So now we remove Lock the Epic from the list, and now we roll again. And spin.
Coco for Coco Pix said, I'm still trying to design the Pride Sin Bean.
Wow, would you look at that? A first-time viewer, Mao Deegan on YouTube.
It makes me cry.
Mao Deegan just commented rigged lol, so I'm pretty sure they are here. And that's good enough. Congratulations, Mao Deegan, you have won. That means you get half an hour.
Oof, guess they were knocked out. But brain can't idea. The Gold Recluse said, Wild Wheel. Astrid Thirdly said, Mao. YouTube says, Rigged LOL. Feraligator 2425 said, Try again. Not sure if they're alive or eeping. YouTube says, Poor Coco really. Astrid Thirdly said, Wait your Mao? Coco for Coco Pix said, Well, time to go into hibernation until the heat death of the universe. Feraligator 2425 said, Well, after this I'm not sure if Snooter wants to do one final spin or not. Cyberdragon 34 said, Good knit. Adastrid Thirdly I'm not Mao. Adastrid Thirdly Mao is one of the peeps on YouTube. YouTube says. But really, how did Coco not win?
Good question, especially since we rolled it twice.
Astrid Thirdly said, Well, gonna go now, see you at next Friday.
See you next time, Astrid. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate all of you, and try to get some rest and or get some good artwork done. It is pretty late, isn't it?
Coco for Coco Pix said, I'd say run a second but do the 30 minutes off stream.
Yeah, a lot of people do need to go to bed.
Feraligator 2425 said, that could be a better idea. Jaxie C. Corgi said, rar.
Jaxie, welcome in. You're catching us right at the end of the stream because we are working on the raffle right now. Today's raffle winner was a new viewer named Mao Deegan, who is watching from YouTube.
On the rare chance she wants to do it on her own time.
Yeah, I have so many things I need to work on for this stream, it's crazy. Because now that I actually have YouTube viewers, I need to get the YouTube point system and point redeem system working.
YouTube says. Yet I won somehow. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, Snooter already does offline draw time.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Obviously. YouTube says. Against all odds.
Uh-huh. The wheel tends to be a bit surprising sometimes.
Feraligator 2425 said, you won with that main character power. Jaxie C. Corgi said, is cool, just wanted to stop by for a bit.
That's awesome. I hope you're doing well, Jaxie. Wouldn't that be crazy if we got this entire request done in one night? Because it's just such a simple request, and I'm using the symmetry tool, so it's getting done so quickly.
Which is impressive since Coco went crazy. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, you know what? I'll draw something for Deegan as well. But only if they make a Twitch account.
I'm not sure Deegan's too interested in making a Twitch account. But that's up to them.
YouTube says. We shall see. At Feraligator 2425 I have 50k channel points. You want crazy? I can go crazy.
I believe it, I believe it.
Feraligator 2425 said, I feel like when I stop being manic on wanting to do different art pieces I would definitely do a separate Lil Wheel thing. Mostly for people of Discord.
It definitely makes the drawing process a bit more fun.
I say do it just cuz.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Why not? I'm probably gonna do something quirky if I do it though. Not like copying a art style but just doing something a little different.
It's important to do different things to keep challenging yourself.
Hey, you can be as quirky as the FNAF animatronics. The ghosts get a little quirky at night. Nobody is gonna disown you without my permission.
For sure.
Me personally, I DM if peeps get a little saucy with my OCS. Just as long as nobody makes them full on NSFW. Dirkman2 said, "What is that?" Stares at Schmexy Dragon OC.
Hey Dirkman2, as you can see, we're working on the raffle today. We had a newcomer win the raffle. One of our YouTube viewers named Mao Deegan. And we're practically done lining it.
Feraligator2425 said, "Coco, I wouldn't make lewd junk of people's OCS unless the person in question is over 18 and the character is also 18 plus.
Yeah, because Snooter is a mascot for an all ages audience, I cannot condone art of her that is 18 plus. I mean, I'm not exactly one of those people that's gonna like lose sleep over it or like chase people down, but I absolutely do not condone it.
YouTube says, "Still surprised I won."
For
and
sure.
even then I don't think everyone likes spicy art suddenly made unless it's literally canon to the lore. YouTube says, "Wait, you did rig it, you gave me more space lol."
I only gave you 3 more tickets, that's all. I'm sure you would have had that many if you've been earning points.
Coco4CocoPix said, "Even if I'm over 18, I still wouldn't like it if junk was put on my OCS." At Feraligator2425, this is ironic considering I actually have an OC that canonically tries to seduce literally everyone. Coco4CocoPix said, well technically 2 now because I'm designing official Sin OCS, but the original does the same shtick. Feraligator2425 said, Loki, I'm fine with spicy stuff, it's just try to warn me beforehand and I won't be too weirded out. Coco4CocoPix said, at Feraligator2425 guess this gives me permission to draw you like one of my French ghosts / J. Omuhu. Imagine drawing her that way, but she ends up looking like a jelly bean with a face. Who's this fellow?
This is my best approximation of Mao Deegan's OC. We're gonna have to do a little substitute on the pattern that's supposed to be on Mao's forehead because Twitch won't let me draw the original.
The Gold Recluse said, the last fan art piece I did of Snooter's mascot, I almost made as nightmare fuel, but I wanted to focus on a pose instead. I feel like I'd just horrify people's OCS.
Wait, who said that? Hold on.
Coco4CocoPix said, TBH Chaos Dirgshtick is more that she just really likes things she seems rare. Not really full on lust. Feraligator2425 said, wait at the Gold Recluse, are you on Discord too? At the Gold Recluse, this is the reason I have OC variants. I have OCS for almost every type of genre. The Gold Recluse said, I pop up on Discord occasionally. Jack Thelegend Shoutman said, is this epic?
think it is. I think the amount of progress we're getting done is heckin' epic.
I have like 5 spooky beans. One being undead Skeledirg. YouTube says. Indeed it looks great.
Thank you so much. I am doing my best.
Feraligator2425 said, at Coco 4 Cocopics I have ox mostly for fun and personal enjoyment. Coco 4 Cocopics said, same. But I can't stop making OCS. Most likely gonna calm down once I finish the rest of the official sins. And a handful are just as comfort fodder.
Alright, done with lines, done with the patterns. Now on to shadows. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes. I'm not sure we can make it. We're gonna get close, but I'm just not sure.
Mint Cat goes hard.
Oh, let's also do the pattern. I do need to put that up here. Let's unlock this layer and put it on here. I wonder what color it's supposed to be. Black, red, black, yellow.
Coco 4 Cocopics said, unless brain gives me a stupid epic random idea for a new OC, I think once I get an idea for the rest of the sins and get art of the Archangel OC, I'm done when it comes to OC creation.
I want to do this. 30.
Coco 4 Cocopics said, there's also story characters too, but they're not really a priority ATM. Feraligator2425 said, that reminds me, the craziest OC I made was a terror fiend from Maatopia named Matilda. Craziest of my OCS before Archangel is Drug Cat. Thank you for the follow Edisons _.
Welcome in, Edisons. As you can see, we are doing the raffle right now. We are towards the end of the stream, and we're going to be finishing up this raffle, maybe doing one more, and then heading out. But every Friday we do art requests, so if you would like an art request, feel free to stop by next Friday, and we will add you to the list.
YouTube says, Drug cat? Short answer is it's a Grim Reaper. Ooh, drug. Drug cat is literally my funny number sauna. Butterfly dragon kitsune. YouTube says, Drug cat vs cat fella, who wins? Feraligator2425 said, I forget, is the signature able to be colored under?
Yes, it is. Hold on.
Coco4CocoPix said, I mean, I could also just send out my OC that could literally just delete reality as a whole with a simple thought.
Thank you for reminding me about the signature. I forget about it sometimes.
Feraligator2425 said, at Coco4CocoPix, I hope it's just a case like Jiraki where it's all powerful but it's mostly out of commission physically. YouTube says, so do you guys liek cat fella? Coco4CocoPix said, at Feraligator2425, not really, no, they're the creator of all of reality. And I mean the entire reality that is the omniverse itself. Well, in lore anyway. Basically, Arceus, but on steroid buffed steroids. Feraligator2425 said, probably need to limit literal universe godox, as I know people might not be happy with a bunch of walking time bombs.
Yeah, probably.
And not really. People don't mind OP characters, so long as they have a proper backstory to support them.
The problem with OP characters is that a story is defined by a problem that needs to be solved, and then the various phases of the story in which that problem is solved. And if they're OP, there are no problems to solve. And is such the case in a lot of OP stories, it's just them going around instantly solving everything. There's not really a, quote, story there.
Coco4CocoPix said, I mean, for Christ's sake, there's an anime character that literally kill anyone by just saying die. But that lady has a story that backs up that power. Lad asterisk.
Her power has limits and drawbacks. Brandon Sanderson, like one of the greatest fantasy author of our age, Brandon Sanderson described superpowers are more interesting it is more interesting to define a superpower based on what it cannot do than what it can do. Wow, I haven't seen that show in ages, but yeah, like there's absolutely stuff she's not willing to do and absolutely stuff that she can't do. Like there are absolutely characters she's used the power word die power on and it didn't work and she had to say it like 50 times, like...
YouTube says, this looks great.
Thank you so much. I think I'm just gonna finish it because it's just gonna be a couple more minutes. I'd rather have it done.
Feraligator2425 said, basically if you have an all-powerful being there should be a limit, like they're always sleeping to conserve energy for a few 100/1000 years. Actually no, they don't. The guy literally manages to kill an immortal entity in their anime. Oh, that too, if there's no limits it's basically a Mary Sue. YouTube says, you should totally give it the Mao blue background I always use.
Okay,
Stream
that
Elements
sounds good.
said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO-Fi? Basic boopers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week. The Gold Recluse said, makes me think of One Punch Man.
Yeah,
Feral
One Punch Man
2425 said, Ayo, it cut off part of my message. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, BTW, I'm talking about Yoguri Takata from my instant death ability is so overpowered.
I was talking about, hold on a minute, this might be spoilers, but hold on.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, taking a while to find it seems.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at the right character.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, you were saying snoots?
Okay, found it. It's Euclid U Hellscythe. That's the character I was referring to. Yeah, that took a minute for me to find. Sorry about that.
Oh, that gal. Yeah, Irk, she's a manga character. Stream Elements said, hey, in addition to extra boops, I am also offering off-stream draw time to all my subscribers. In fact, as a subscriber, your weekly off-stream draw time will be guaranteed even if you miss a stream. Tier 1, 15 minutes total. Tier 2, 30 minutes total. Tier 3, 100 minutes total. TBH, manga characters are a whole different breed.
Well, I mean, they did make an anime of her show, so... Not that it's her show, she's not the protagonist or anything, but... Still...
Don't even get me started on Kumagawa from Medaka Box.
Yeah, no. One I really don't like is... Well, I got pretty sick of Ainz Al Ghul after, like, a million seasons of him being super overpowered, because, like, in the first season, like, someone managed to possess one of his underlings, and he had to go through this huge fight to get her back without killing her. And that was so intense, and like, I was really concerned about what was gonna happen and stuff, but then, like, hold on. See. Grab this,
Feral Ligator
please.
2425 said, that background goes hard.
Thank you. But then, like, nothing else happened afterwards. I think I messed up. Dang it, I have to redo it. Hold on. Unless... Wait. I have an idea. I can fix this. I can fix this. There. Filter. Color to alpha.
Coco4 Coco Pix said, yet after S1 overworld just kinda falls off. Feral Ligator 2425 said, you got this.
Okay. Okay. I think that'll do. Then we make a layer underneath and fill with the dark color. There we go. Now I can lock the opacity on this layer and make a even brighter one. Let's go 60.
There's other anime that have a similar issue.
Yeah, Rising of Shield Hero, that one I really don't like, because, like, it started out with them struggling, and, like, he had to find all these cool and clever ways to make his shield work, and that was totally cool. And then later he's just powerful. Not only is he just powerful, he's basically just a spellcaster and doesn't even have to get by with the limits of, like, only defensive abilities. Like, he has tons of offensive abilities, and the exact same thing happened with, like, the Moe shield anime, the I don't like taking damage, so I put all my points into defense, I think it's called. Like, she right away gets a Devour spell, which, like, what the heck? Why do you have a Devour spell? Second of all, she, like, right away gets a Hydra spell and just uses that to kill everyone. It's like, you told us, hey, this is an anime where it's like... You told us this is an anime where she put all her points into defense and she's a defense specialist and has to figure out how to solve things with her defensive ability, when a more accurate name would be, I gained the Devour spell and then the Hydra spell and then everything died.
Fire Force being one of the ones that is just ruined by overdoing the fan service.
I usually don't mind fan service. Like, the thing with fan service is it needs to have a point, and like, I got sick of the fan service. I never thought I would actually want an anime to stop going so hard on fan service, but I finally did in The Eminence and The Shadow. Because I'm like, oh my god, you guys are just giggling about bras. Can you please, like, advance the plot? Do something? Like, develop as characters? And it was at that point, at the point that they spent an entire episode, like a 10th of the series, maybe even like an 8th of the series, on just giggling about bras and stuff, that I'm like, no. There is going to be no character development. This show was not designed for character development. And I am wasting my time here. So I absolutely quit after that.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, At that point the anime should just be called I exploited the game to max out defense and give me illegal spells.
Yeah, for real. For real, it's ridiculous. Like no one else has access to that spell, like what the heck?
Coco for Coco Pix said, unless you're Food Wars, too much fan service is just bad.
Eh. I feel like it's not too much unless there's just nothing else. Like, I'm fine with fan service as long as there is something else that we can be watching for, you know? There needs to be more. And some people just are like, hey, I made fan service, therefore you're gonna like it, right? And I'm like, no. You need to actually have a story and characters and things I care about here. Alright, there we go, Maldegan. I did the blue background. I did the smoke trails from the original drawing, but in the blue shade that you use for your usual backgrounds. Are you satisfied with this? Oh, and can I export it?
Oh, better idea would be developer mode, like to shorten it. Food Wars has an excuse since it was made to be pure fan service. The whole anime is fan service. The Gold Recluse said, and that's why I love Dan Maki, fan service is in the title and it's all worked into the plot.
Alright, we finished that one. Let's move on to... Let's see here, do we want to do one more raffle spin? If I do one more raffle spin, it's basically guaranteed to be Coco. That would be half an hour. Let me run an ad first. And we have 13 viewers. Let's just do 15 minutes for the next raffle and do one more raffle spin. Cause it's a bonus raffle spin. So it's not supposed to be here anyway. But I don't want to stay up too much later. So one more spin, let's go. Oh yes, I have. So far we've removed Lock the Epic, and now I just removed Maldegan, so we're not going to be spinning the same person twice at all. So, can you imagine what would happen if we removed Coco? Like, what this list would look like? It would just completely change.
Coco for Coco Pix said, wish we could go back to the level of anime genius and perfection that is Studio Ghibli films.
Yeah, for real. They've been getting ruined with AI lately, but we don't talk about that here. Yeah, so shocking, it was Coco. I know we're all very surprised by that information. This shocking revelation. So we're just going to spend 15 more minutes on Coco, and also I just want to see what the list looks like if we remove Coco. Wow, that's what it would look like if we removed Coco. Interesting. Alright, let's get started, and this will be the last one for the night, and then we'll raid out. Just a reminder to those of you on Twitch who are verified, you will be getting a bunch of bonus points for participating in the raid. I had to find out, apparently, the hard way the other day that people who don't have phone verification apparently cannot get points or cannot participate in raids, which I was very surprised to find out.
Feraligator2425 said, I think if you do it you'll have to delete the last person. What the I legit had a ad say stupid sausage. Feraligator2425 said, am I second biggest?
Let's take a look. Yes, you are by 2 tickets. You were second biggest.
Coco4CocoPix said, I mean you kinda have to verify your phone number in general to have access to everything Twitch offers.
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind, a lot of my viewers are kids, and so they don't always have access to that kind of stuff. Which is unfortunate. Because I would love to include them in things, in like points and raids and stuff as well, but yeah. And it also makes sense why Twitch has those verifications. Like, you could have a whole bunch of people doing a hate raid with unverified bot accounts, you know?
Feraligator2425 said, only place I have a phone number in is on Discord. Coco4CocoPix said, I think the phone verification to raid is a setting kinda deal you have to toggle in your own settings.
Really? You think it's something I could change?
I don't trust Twitch with my phone number even if offered money. Askelad the poor Klupin said, it's a hate raid safety feature.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Also, welcome to the stream, Askelad.
Snooter said, welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. So if you are looking to get work started on your very own free art request, be sure to read the rules, and then comment your request into the chat.
So just to clarify, we are ending the stream soon, and we have no more request slots for today, but I do this every Friday. So if you would like to stop by, next Friday, we can get you added to the list, and as a first-time viewer, I can give you a full 10 minutes of draw time on your request.
Kuzik, there's a privacy setting that makes it so you don't move to raids. Thank you. Hello chat. Hello to Snooter.
Welcome in, Askelad. Welcome in. What are you up to tonight?
And it's enabled by Dalt because of what Porcupine mentioned. Default asterisk. Feraligator2425 said, anyways I'm gonna go commit bed now.
Fair enough. Good night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, and thank you for all your participation. I hope we all had a good time.
At Feraligator2425 the number on my Twitch is old ASF and I don't even use it anymore. At Feraligator2425 don't let the scorpions bite. Askelad the poor Klupin said, I am about to do repo with my community tonight. I hope y'all have a good day/night as well. Feraligator2425 said, at Coco4CocoPix same for my Discord. Very funny emo. Coco 4 Coco Pix said, anyway guess it's time for me to commit bed as well.
Fair enough, fair enough. I've kept everyone up late enough. And this stream has gone on for 7 hours. It has been a long day.
Askeladd the poor Kluppen said, mood.
Yeah, for real, 7-hour streams are rough.
Rough indeed.
For some reason I insisted on doing a second spin, but it's only going to be 15 minutes, and we only have 8 minutes left. Then I can finally have some lunch and go to bed. Hopefully not a moldy lunch this time.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, TBF if you wanna continue the 2 raffle thing, you can always just limit the time redeems a bit more by making it so you can only redeem them all once and that's it.
I suppose. I mean, the 10-minute one already has that limitation on it. Yeah, that would certainly push it down the line further and force people to use the 1-minute redeems earlier. That is an idea to consider.
Would make it so the max time you can add is 19 minutes.
The max time you can add is more than 19 minutes? That is just absolutely nuts. Yeah, I think I might do that. So here there'd be 1 10-minute, 1 5-minute, 1 3-minute, 1 1-minute. Yeah, 19. Wow. I'd say, oh, but no one's ever gonna get that many points, but apparently that's not the case.
Thank you for the follow Askeladd the poor Kluppen.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I look forward to seeing you next week, and if you would like, we can do an art request next week.
Max time with current limits is like, twice that I think. Askeladd the poor Kluppen said, oh the points definitely add up lol.
That is a fact.
I will not request art so quickly, don't worry XP, but I appreciate the offer.
I remember back when, like, I used to have the 10-minute bonus redeems be only like, I don't know, 500 points or something. Now they're at 2,000. And even then, people are still getting it pretty regularly. I think I just completely underestimated how fast people get points.
Coco 4 Coco Pix said, you get like 160 per hour without being subbed. Askeladd the poor Klupin said, I need to AFK for a bit, making coffee and such. But I will lurk.
Sounds good, Askeladd. Thank you for hanging out with us at the end of our stream.
Lurk. Coco4CocoPix said, assuming Snoot streams 5h each stream, that's like 800 points per stream minimum.
Wow. That is quite a bit.
With watch streak that inclines a lot. Assuming Snoot streams 5 times a week, that's easily 6k end points per week.
I don't think I would stream 5 times a week.
Yeah, that's why I said assuming. It'd be more like 3k and a month if Snoot streams every Friday without fail.
might try to mess with those horns a little more later, but I think that'll have to do for tonight. Alright. It's finally time to raid and go to sleep. Let's run an ad real quick since they take less than a second.
Coco4CocoPix said, I've been following for a good year myself. And I think I've been around a year before that as well. Don't remember when you got affiliate, but it's probably been a year since then as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a while. Quite a while since I got affiliate. Alright, let's raid. See who I'm following. Really, not a single person, not a single artist I'm following is on tonight. No matter how much... no matter how many artists I follow, I swear to Fluff, every time I go to raid, none of them are up. How many viewers do I have right now? $11. Okay. Same for 11 viewers.
Coco4CocoPix said, art streamer raid recommendation if nobody is on, Pikurisu. Let me check if they're active RQ though.
Okay. It looks like they've only been up for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're active.
But in a way, it's like a blessing for me. Because I've been also like having tarot readings. And people can...
Alright everyone, at Coco's recommendation, we are going to be rating Pichurisu. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you all for your patience. I know this was a long stream. I hope to see you all next week. Night-night.
They went like 9 minutes ago. Siri_bot said, have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself.
Because,
Live asterisk.
but they did that before. That's Snooter! How are you?
Thank you
How
for
are
the follow,
you,
Nix Jester.
Snooter? What are you? How are you? What are you? Oh, you're like... I like your ears. What type of species are you? Can you do the... No, 7 is not... what? Eh, not you escaping your duties. You're using your other account. You know what? That's your vacation. Hey, how was your stream? I have sent some friends on your... Oh, Popo. Thank you. How was your stream been playing art? What did you draw today? How are you? You should have habit. Oh,